Hello, hello, hello. How are we all this lovely evening? And I'm actually bang on time. What a surprise. How are you doing, Lisa, love? Obviously, I'm not going to peck at you if you don't feel up to it, but you know that you're still welcome to come and tell your night hag story after I've done the Enfield bit. So I'll leave that one up to you. But I hope you're feeling all right today. I'll just do what I normally do for 5 or 10 minutes while I'm waiting for people to come in. Because I'm early tonight, so which is unheard of. Now, for those who are just listening at the moment, I have made a slight alteration to the format for tonight. Only slight, and I hope it won't not mess things up for anybody. It won't make things... oh, hi, Marie. Hello there, everyone. Fell asleep listening last night. Kiss, please give me your email address. Okay, Marie, it's actually if you go to my profile, love, on here, and then go to the about section where it tells you about me. My email for YouTube's at the bottom of that because I actually can't remember what it is. It's Kiss My Ex YouTube something or other. I can't remember if it's Gmail or Hotmail, but anyway, it's on there, honey. Because if I try to look for it now for you, I'll actually kick myself off my stream. How is life in wonderful South Africa? Warm, I hope. Okay, so I'm so glad you're here tonight. I need distractions, even terrifying ones. Oh, God love you, Lisa. How are you feeling, honey? Well, as I said before, and obviously you don't have to answer in the chat, but I know Green Eyes is going to come up with a story, and if Jules Kitch comes in, she's got a story to tell, and Simples. So if you want to come up as well with the girls, even if you don't want to say out, if you just want to jump up on panel and it'll be like being in the room with everybody, you're very welcome to. Or if you want to tell your story about the night hag, you're very welcome to. It's up to you, honey. Hi, Sheila. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, wasn't that chat good last night? I really enjoyed that. For those who missed it, we were talking about we started off talking about 1066 battles, the 3 battles, and then we moved swiftly onto ancient architecture and all sorts of weird and wonderful shizzle. So yeah, it was quite random, but I really enjoyed it. I really did. What's Marie said? Okay, no problem. We'll look it up. Please don't look and kick yourself off. It's extremely hot in Jeffreys Bay today. Well, aren't you the lucky one? Because it is bloody freezing here. There was ice on my car this morning. There's ice forming now. I just got back after walking the dog, his last little walk of the evening, and it was very cold. It looks like a bit of freezing fog as well. Well, actually, Sheila, I had a thought from last night. Do you remember the guy who sent me the email? I'll start again. Do you remember? And again, do you remember the guy from Twitter who messaged me to thank you guys over Christmas and New Year. Right. Well, I don't know if you remember when I was discussing him and the email that we got where he was wishing everybody a Happy New Year and a Christmas. But I did mention at the time, he has a YouTube channel and he covers a lot of things that we were discussing last night. Yeah. And obviously I've not made his channel public because I didn't want to put him into the kind of the public eye. So I sent him an email last night after I got off doing the live. I think it was probably about midnight. I sent him a message on Twitter and I just explained that what we were, I said, I don't know if you were in listening, because he just tends to listen. He doesn't join in the chat. I said, I don't know if you were listening. If you did, then you'd understand why I'm sending you the message. If you didn't, please go back and have a listen, because the topics we were discussing were all about ancient architecture and all sorts of things that you know about. So yeah, so I'm hoping he'll get back to me about that, because I said I would really, really love you to come up on channel. Up on panel, whatever, on my channel. Hi, Linda. Hello, darling. How are you? I'm listening but charging phone too, so if you need me, shout. Will do, Lisa. We'll just give you a big call out, but it might be a bit, yeah, I'd say maybe at least another hour. Because what's happened, everybody, which I'll let you know now, as you know, this topic for the Enfield Poltergeist, it was brought up about 4 weeks ago, just purely by chance, and that was because Lisa had, I'd asked, what does people want to talk about, and Lisa said poltergeists, and I mentioned this case, and then obviously Tismy Denny jumped up on the panel because she knew a bit about it, and we were having a bit of a natter. Oh, I'm glad, Linda. I saw your sad news in the chat the other night. I'm really sorry, love, but I'm glad you're here. I really am glad you're here. So, yeah, well, and you remember that night we didn't really know what we were talking about. So I said, how should we do? Do you fancy doing this again? Would you give me a lift? And she said yes. So from that point, and we planned it for round about this time in January. So the intention had been, we were both doing our research, and then we would both just jump up, and if I faltered, she would probably jump in and know what I was, anything I might be missing, and vice versa. Unfortunately, Tismy can't do it tonight, so I'm going to be doing it on my own. And because of the amount of information, it's way too much to do in one session, because what I'd intended to do was to go through a bit of the background, go through the things that started happening in a chronological order, with the involvement of different people at different key stages of this investigation, and then look at the investigative side of it separately. So go through the bare bones and then go through the different things that were done in order to try and determine if this was a real poltergeist activity or if it was some sort of shenanigans. So I hope you won't mind, but I'm going to split it, because it be me on my own. It's way too much for me to do in one fell swoop tonight. So what I wanted to do was tonight, because we've obviously got people wanting to come up and share stories with us, I am just going to cover initially the background and the events that happened from start to finish, without getting into a great deal of detail, because most of that is going to come with the investigation side of things, and I'll do a part 2 of this one next week. So I hope that's okay with everyone. If does that sound all right? It's just that I know that I'll be flagging if I try and do the whole thing myself. Hi, Cassius. I hope that was voice to text. Yeah, Sheila. Yeah, she is okay. She just had other stuff going on, so she couldn't make it tonight. So, and she did send me a lovely message. So just that she couldn't do it, and she'd asked could I postpone the whole thing, But obviously I did explain that, you know, people had been setting their alarms to come in and they'd been looking forward to it. So she's absolutely fine about that. And I said, if she didn't mind, I'd crack on with this, but I'd split it. And then hopefully, if she's free for the second one, because I think that she shines at doing the dramatic, I think. So I was hoping that, you know, if Tismy Denny is free, that when the second bit comes around next week, that she can deliver that, the investigation side, because it's going through what the paranormal investigators were looking at and what the journalists were looking at. And yeah, so I think that may work out better, actually, because she does tell a good tale, doesn't she? Does Tiz? So that's how we're gonna do it tonight. So I hope nobody's disappointed that you're not going to be getting the entire story, but you're going to get most of it. What time are we on now? Yeah, I'll just give it a couple more minutes and then I'll kick straight into it. Love the story of the Enfield Poltergeist. I know it's great, isn't it, Linda? But I found out loads of stuff. Hi, Frida. Hi, love. Yeah, Linda, I found out loads of stuff I didn't know, you know, little bits and pieces. And I'll tell you what else as well. There's a lot of the stories, and we're talking, you know, BBC stories, documentaries, even books, and even down to the word of the children involved, the discrepancies of, you know, even if it's just little things like dates. Hi, Kathy. Do you notice you're part of the Blue Crew now? Everybody say hello to, well, people who didn't meet Kathy last night. Sheila and Frida and Green Eyes and Porky were in, and Joe Mardris. So everybody, oh, and Cassius as well. But Kathy B58, she's one of our new mods. And Linda, she lives in your neck of the woods. She's another one from the Wirral. I did say you Wirral lot are taking over. That's 4 of you now. Oh, thanks, Simples. Yeah, it's always nice to see a new face. But it's good to see you back. I'm glad you joined us again, Kathy. Right, so I've done our 11 minutes of sneaky catch-ups. So I'm going to start, if you're all okay. Right. If you hear the rattling, this is me again. I've got my trusty notebook that I write all sorts of wonderful things in. And I've tried to give myself some pointers. So I'm really going to try my best to deliver it properly. Okay, so some of you'll know about this case and some of you won't. But it is known as either the Enfield Poltergeist case or the Enfield haunting. Now, I go with poltergeist, and the reason is that there is a difference between a poltergeist and a ghost, because a ghost haunting, will tend to be, or it is, related to a property, and it can go on for centuries, whereas oh, hi, Green Eyes. I've not even got into the story yet, mate, so you've not missed anything. Just explaining the difference between a poltergeist and a ghost. So that's what a haunting is by a ghost. It's usually to a specific property, and it can go on over centuries. Poltergeist activity tends to be linked to an individual rather than a property. So it's the individual, and it is over a shorter period of time. So it could be days, weeks, or months rather than going into years and centuries. So that's why I'm going to refer to this one as the Enfield Poltergeist. So, yeah, usually, yes, yeah. either prepubescent, Sheila, or those just striking puberty. And they do reckon it's connected to the hypothalamus in the brain, don't they, with that increased activity, brain activity, round about the time of puberty. Because that hypothalamus is the bit that lights up when there is some form of psychic activity anyway, and this has been found. So yeah, makes you wonder. I mean, then again, aren't most kids hitting puberty possessed at the best of times? So obviously I wasn't. I was a perfect child. Okay, so this Enfield Poltergeist, basically from August 1977 until September 1978, there were a series of events that took place that absolutely stunned the nation, because the likes of this case had never been documented or put into the public eye in this country ever. And it's centered around a family who were living in Enfield, which was at the time a quiet North London suburb. Now, this family were called the Hodgsons, and they consisted of Peggy Hodgson and her 4 children. Now, 2 of them I'm going to leave out of this, because the majority of this activity centered around the 2 girls. But she also had 2 sons. Now, one was in kind of residential education, shall we say? I'll put it that way. And the other child, the other son, he had some speech problems. He was basically mute. And those 2 kids have never appeared on any of the, the documentaries about this, where they'll interview both sisters, or, at one time they interviewed the mother when she was still with us. I think she must be dead by now. So for that reason, they obviously, their anonymity, I think, should be respected. So although there were 4 children, I'm going to focus on the 2 girls and the mother. So as I was saying, August 1977, there were some real terrifying things that started to happen. And again, you didn't about there being 4 children, Simples. Yeah, I thought there were 3. I knew there was definitely 2 girls and a boy. I didn't realize there were 4. So that's something I found out while I was doing this research. So this carried on for many months. Now, some of the evidence is controversial, and by that I mean, just because the girls, and this is other people's words, not mine, just because the girls weren't caught in the act doesn't mean that they weren't up to no good and faking things, being a little bit naughty. Now, regardless of that, and regardless of people's opinions on it, this still remains, to this day, the most well-documented and puzzling case of its kind. And it may be the first time that the voice of a spirit was ever captured on tape. Now, it all started on, let me just get my page right. Yeah, it was the evening of the 30th of August, 1977. So the kids were up in bed. The 2 children, the 2 girls I'm going to focus on, were Janet, who was aged 11. This is at this time. Janet was 11 and her sister Margaret was 13. So on this night, 30th of August, 1977, Janet started like whining and shouting and complaining that her bed was wobbling around. And her brother, I'll not give his name, one of the brothers, his bed was doing the same thing. So it was like the bed was shaking and what she described it as wobbling. Hi, Jules. Hello, lovely. good to see you. Hope you're ready to come up and tell us a story later if you're still up for it. So yeah, so there's a bit of a commotion up in that bedroom. She's whinging that the bed's wobbling. The mum can hear a bit of racket, but she thinks they're just being kids and they're being a bit naughty, so she ignores them. Then the next night, so this is the 31st of August 1977, at around 9:30 p.m, the kids are all up in bed, and there's two. I'll give you the bit that happened with the girls, and then I'll tell you with what, from Peggy's perspective. So they're all getting ready for bed. They're up in the rooms and whatnot. Mum's downstairs. Now, the two girls, Janet and Margaret, they were in their room, which was the bedroom at the back of the house. And they're just chatting away. They're sitting on the beds and they're chatting like, sisters do. And they started to hear what sounded like a very heavy shuffling sound. And that's how they described it. But it was kind of not quite a dragging, but not quite a shuffling. It was somewhere in between. And it sounded like it was coming from one particular direction in the bedroom. But when they looked, it'd stop. And they'd look away and carry on with and then they'd hear it again and they'd look and it would stop. Now, unbeknownst to them, the mum's downstairs, she's hearing this and it sounds like it's coming through the floorboards. And she's a bit fraught, which I'll get into in a second. And she goes flying up the stairs to bollock them because she thinks that they're messing around. Now, in the words of Margaret, the eldest of the two daughters, she said the mum came flinging into the room and she's yelling at them, going, "Pack it in and stop your fighting. And if you carry on, I'm going to separate you. That's it. I've had enough." And before they even have a chance to whine, this chest of drawers that's behind the mum moves, and this is what had been dragging and making the shuffling sound, and it actually moved several inches straight on towards the mother, and she catches it out the corner of her eye, but she's still really wound up, and I don't think it registered with her what had happened. So she's still like in semi-bollocking mode with these two kids. They're both like, "We've been hearing this thing, we've been hearing it," and she doesn't want to hear about it because she's frazzled. So she's, basically, "Shut up." She moves over and she shoves this chest of drawers back against the wall. And as her hands come off it and she goes to turn back to the girls, it slides out from the wall again. So again, she shoves it back to the wall. Now, it might seem odd to us, but I suppose you have to put yourself into her position. She's run ragged, looking after her children herself. She's now a single mum, again, which I'll go into. She's trying to run a household, and the little bit of peace and quiet that she's getting of an evening is being disrupted by what she thinks are two of her kids pissing about in the bedroom. And she's just not having it. And I think at that point, because she's so, I don't know, fried, it's just not registered in her brain what has been going on. So she's kind of got an autopilot, as though it was a kid shoving it out and you just shove it back and go, "Will you bloody pack it in?" So this thing had shoved out the first time, she shoved it back. It shoved out the second time, she shoved it back. The third time, it actually came out back towards her with a bit of force. And I think at this point, she kind of faltered. As she went to shove it back, it was a bit like, "What was that?" Never mind. She put her full weight against it and it wouldn't shift. So at that point, she's kind of thinking, "Oh, hang on a second. Something's not quite right here." So down they go. And they went downstairs, and none of them, they couldn't get any rest. Now, this is where there's a little bit of variation, because in the books that are written and the documentaries about it, this all occurred on the same night. When Margaret was interviewed because they've obviously made The Conjuring 2, which focuses on the Enfield Poltergeist, the interview that she gave for that, she said it was the next day. I personally think she is mixing up the 30th and the 31st. So I'm going to go with what the documentaries and the book says rather than what Margaret said, because I genuinely think she just mixed up her days. So basically, obviously that had happened at 9:30 at night. They realise something's gone awry. Yes, you're just back in time, Cassius. So Peggy gets all the kids together and they go and sit downstairs because all sorts start happening now. There are knockings, there are bangings, they can hear things moving, they can hear what sounds like things being thrown, only little things, you know, maybe like a coin or a little piece of something, but they can hear things. And there's all sorts going on. So Peggy, she's an emotional and a nervous wreck at this point. Now, this is where everybody says it was the same night, which I'm going for because that fits in with the next part that I'm going to come to. But you may hear at some point Margaret saying it was the next morning. It actually wasn't. It was that night. So, oh gosh, sorry, I'm hiccuping. So Peggy's had it by this point. She's knackered. She's a nervous wreck. She's trying to keep it together for the children, but she's just had enough. So she just says to the kids, get your coats on, over your jammers and your dressing and your nighties, have your slippers on, and the whole lot of them traipse next door to the neighbours. So she's banging on this door. And the neighbours next door were Vic and Peggy Nottingham. Now, they opened the door and Vic Nottingham, by all accounts, great big burly bloke of a man. He used to be a builder. And he's opened the door like, you know, all right, mate, what's up? And the whole Hodgson family have gone spilling into their house, trying to explain, everybody gabbling at the speed of light, all different, all telling a different tale at the same time, trying to tell Vic and his wife Peggy that there's something weird going on in the house. So when he finally manages to get a grip on what the actual story is, so, you know, maybe shushing some of them and listening to what Peggy says and listening to what the girls say separately, obviously the bit with the chest of drawers isn't making a lot of sense, but the knockings and the bangings it can deal with. So because he's an ex-builder, he thought, well, I'll go next door and have a look. And, you know, he's quite a big bloke and he's a tough Londoner. He's not frightened of much. So he decides he's going to go next door and see if he can find out what is going on, you know, with the noise and the banging and the knocking, which is the main thing that they're focusing on. But don't forget, they probably had about 2.5 hours of this incessantly until they can't take it anymore and they've gone next door. So that being the last thing that they've witnessed, it's going to be the first thing that they're talking about. So, sorry, Cooper's about to give his halfpenny worth. Please don't bark, mate. So, Vic goes next door on his own and he gets in the house and he can hear knocking. Sounds like it's coming from up the stairs. So up the stairs he goes and he then goes into the back bedroom, which is the girls' bedroom, and there's banging on the walls. Now, this is not coming from his house. He's next door. This is not coming from his house. And he can hear banging and it sounds like it's inside the walls. So he's like, right, okay. So he walks out and he goes to go into the other bedroom. Well, this knocking starts to follow him. So it follows him in down the landing and into the next bedroom. So sorry, the dog is again, stop. So he's thinking, hang on, that's not normal. This banging has just been in there. I've walked out and it's followed me down the landing and into this bedroom. So he's getting a little bit jittery at this point. Now, on his way through the house, what Vic had been doing as a builder, he was used to the sounds that you know, houses make. So, and like I said, nobody at this point is thinking ghost. He's just thinking there's some noise in the house that scared this mother who is on her own and her children. So he's thinking all sorts of things like creaking floorboards, like maybe the house settling if it's been a hot day, you know, window casings, doors, whatever. Things, you know, how wood expands and contracts with different temperatures. Even thinking about such things as, could it be rats? Could rats have got into the wall cavities? He's thinking, could it be water pipes or heating pipes banging, gas pipe? He's going through everything. But one by one, he's eliminating these different explanations that he has for what the noises could be. Now, while he's been upstairs in the house on his own, Peggy and the kids have followed him back over there and they're waiting downstairs in the lounge. And as Vic comes down the stairs and he spots that they're in the sitting room, the lounge, so he goes into them and is about to say that he ain't got a bleeding clue what's going on. And the knocking starts right over the head. So they all look up. And basically they're standing in a group in the middle of the lounge. And they all start looking up. And then the knocking starts going underneath the feet. Now, at this point, apparently, Vic forgets his manners and forgets that he's being a gentleman. And he swears, because he says, well, I don't know where that's coming from because none of us are fucking moving. And this is what he said, because they're all standing stock still and this banging is coming from underneath them. So we move on. Hang on a second. The dog is about to go off. Don't. Not what I want when I'm telling flipping scary stories. This stupid dog barking at the ceiling. Stop it. Stop. Right. Okay. So, where did I get up to then? Right. So, they've had that banging under the floor. Vic's saying to him, I ain't got a clue what this is, mate. I haven't got a clue. I can't explain it. It's nothing I've ever come across before, and I don't know what to do. And obviously, Peggy Hodgson, she's looking at him pleadingly. And he can see she's terrified, and the kids are in a right state. And he's talking to his wife, and he's saying, "Well, I don't even know. I don't even know. It's not the pipes. It's not the bricks. It's not the woodwork. It's not the windows. It's definitely not rats. This sound has followed us round, and as a loss for what else to do." I mean, bless him, because this talk about 1970s. He rings the police. So he rings the police and puts a report in. I'm presuming they rang 999 because yeah, pipes and wood. Hello, pork chop. Good evening. So don't even go there. Green Eyes is in chat and Cassis is in chat. They can smuttify with you if they want to. I know where you're going. So the police duly arrive, and there are two of them. There's a male and a female officer. Now, this is where this makes this one case. Sorry, just threw me off coming in with that then. This is what makes this case so unique, because witness statements, what's that? Greetings and salutations, chat. Sheila and banging pork chop. Yeah, that's the one. So, I was going to say, witness statements are one thing, and they have their own value and their own merit. However, to actually get documentation from day one, and not only any old documentation, this is by trained observers like police officers, who then actually sign written statements as to what they've seen. And as I said, this is from day one. This is virtually unheard of. And this is what makes this case so unique. Now, these police officers arrived in Green Street in Enfield, which is where the house was, at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. And we do have a written and signed statement from the WPC, who's she was WPC Heap. Now, I've tried to jot down some of what she actually said, and because she gave it on the interview as well that she did for the television. Hang on, what are we chatting in chat? Well, the thing is, Simples, if you look back, I mean, there was a lot more faith. I know it's sad, but there was a lot more faith in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. If you were going to take anybody at the word, it would usually be a police officer, wouldn't it? And the other thing you have to remember as well, I mean, even to this day, can you imagine it was still a more male-oriented profession, wasn't it? And it's hard enough, I think, for or it would have been hard enough for a policewoman in a predominantly male institution, let alone then putting a name to something that was fancified, or basically putting herself open to ridicule. Oh, no, I understand that, Simples, but other people have said that before, when they've been talking about this. This has been brought up on there've been television discussions about it. There've been other podcasts about it, where people have said, oh, yeah, because of course the police are going to tell the truth. But if at any point that would have been it, wouldn't it, that they were? So yeah, it was just to make that little point. Oh, hiya, morning from Mars. I'm listening as I get ready for work. Well, I hope you enjoy this one. Good to see you. This is the famous Enfield Poltergeist case. So that was my little snippet about the police being there, because yeah, this is unheard of. The only other case I've ever heard of, if anybody in chat can correct me, please do. The only other case that I've heard of where police were on site and they documented paranormal activity was the Ammons case in America. Now, if it's happened anywhere else, please let me know, but that's the only other one I've heard of, just to point that out. So, WPC Heaps and her male companion arrive in Green Street at approximately 1 a.m. and they speak to the family, and straight away they do observe that there's some knocking going on and what have you, but they can't identify any obvious cause for those noises. And being police officers and, like I said, the trained observers, and they know what's what, they were looking at the possibility that with youngsters in the house, there could have been a bit of skullduggery going on, a few tricks. And I think even the possibility that they tried to play a prank on the mother. They weren't that bothered that the neighbours got involved as well, because it was a bit of hijinks. What they didn't expect was the police getting called in, and it had gone a little bit too far. And now they had to go along with it because they thought they were going to get absolutely roasted. And I think that was what was going through their minds at the time. So this was, one of the things. But the police officers are just looking around. They're like, but we can't, there isn't anybody here. And they checked around the property. They hadn't seen anybody. They checked around outside. There was nobody lurking, just in case there was a peeping Tom or something around. There was nothing. So as they're chatting and they're talking to, because Vic Nottingham is back in the property with them as well. And as they're talking, the policewoman suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, sees there's a big, heavy armchair kind of lifted off the floor and shot over for about 3.5 to 4 feet. The policewoman saw this, and this is what she's actually put in a statement. Now, there is a television interview with her. I think the news, when this story broke and it became, it was like a media frenzy at the time, she was interviewed, and these are actually the words of hers that she gave in a television interview. And she's talking about seeing this chair while she's in the middle of talking to Vic Nottingham and the Hodgson family. It came off the floor, maybe a 1/2 inch, and I saw it slide off to the right 3.5 to 4 feet before it came to rest. I checked to see whether or not it could have slid along the floor, so placed a marble on the floor to see if the marble would go in the same direction as the chair. And it didn't. It didn't roll at all. I checked for wires under the cushions on the armchair and could find no explanation at all. So it wasn't that she just took it for face value that, a chair's just moved on its own volition and it must be haunted. She was a good police officer, and she just tried to work out what had gone on with the limited resources she had available, which was, right, there's a marble handy. Did it roll? Right, what else could have happened? Let's see if there are a few wires. Did somebody drag it? Was it pulled? Was it attached to anything? So she did what she should have done. Anyway, the police stayed there for about an hour, and you know, they were a little bit. I don't think terrified, but a little bit unnerved, shall we say, perplexed. What's Jules said? I've read every book on the Enfield Poltergeist and seen loads of film about it, but it still fascinates me. It is a fascinating case, Jules. And I found some things out. I didn't realise that there were actually 4 children. I thought there were just the 2 girls and 1 boy. I didn't realise there were 2 boys, although 1 wasn't there. So, yeah, this is just stuff I found out while I've done a bit of research for it. And just to let you know, so people who've come in later, because I think we kind of double numbers from when I started, I'm doing this in 2 parts because I'm going to be doing this on my own tonight. Tismy Denny can't make it tonight. So I'm going to do the background and kind of what happened in not the intended detail I had planned. And then I'm going to split it and do part 2 next week, where we go into the full gamut of investigations, all the different things that the investigators did, and more in depth about the media involvement and so on. So I hope that's okay with you guys. But yeah, I'm just going to do the outline of the story tonight with a bit of detail. Right. So after about an hour, the police just gave up, and they said to the family, there's absolutely nothing else that we can do. We've looked around. There's nobody outside. We don't know what's under the house because you can't get to it. So, somebody else is going to have to investigate this because we can't explain it. And there's actually nothing we can do. There's no action that we can take. Okay, so whatever was happening at the house in Green Street had baffled the Hodgsons, the neighbours, and now the police. And over the next 3 days, these strange occurrences continued. So there were knocks, there was banging, there was furniture moving, things like marbles being thrown. And actually, when these marbles would be thrown, if you went to pick them up, they were actually hot to the touch, which was very strange. They even had a vicar and then a local medium visited the house, but they were unable to help. So, and the activity, the other thing that was interesting was that the activity always followed the same patterns. It'd start with the knocking on the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Then the next thing would be like small objects being thrown, so say like marbles or a pencil or something like that. Then larger objects would start being thrown, maybe a book or a plate or a hairbrush or something. Then furniture such as tables and chairs would be toppled over, sometimes even completely tossed in the air. And the family were absolutely terrified. So let's just see what's put in chat. So a lot of people say it was fake, but I don't think so. No, I don't either, Jules. I do think that the kids kind of got off a little bit on the attention, and they maybe exaggerated a few things, and they might have pulled a couple of pranks. But I do think then the investigators were fully aware of that. Oh, Cassius, you've had a peek about it. Looks spooky as fuck. It is. It absolutely is. So, Peggy is just, the family are terrified. Peggy hasn't got a clue what to do. And she just says to Vic, because, the police aren't helping. They've had another 4 days of this. So she says to Vic Nottingham, I really don't know what I'm going to do, Vic. So I think I'm going to phone the paper. So the frightened adults, and I'm talking not just Peggy, we're talking Vic and his wife Peggy, they decided to call the Daily Mirror. So this is how the papers got involved. So on the night of September the 4th, that's when they started to call the Daily Mirror news desk. And I will talk about the Daily Mirror involvement. So the Nottinghams kept ringing the night news editor. Now, initially, he tried to fob them off. It just weren't interested. But Vic Nottingham was not giving up. I think I'd phone a priest before the Mirror. Well, I know, but the thing is, I don't think they were religious folks. Simples were they? From what I can gather, I think religion wasn't really at the top of, the top of the list. They'd had a vicar in and he hadn't, managed to help. They'd had a medium in and he or she hadn't managed to help. The police couldn't help. Right, let's phone the newspaper. Like you say, I've no idea why, but yeah. So even though this night news editor was trying to fob him off, Vic just kept phoning back. So in the end, he listened and he thought, yeah, this family sound like they need a bit of help. So eventually he sent out a reporter called Doug Bentz and a photographer called Graham Morris. Now, they didn't know anything about this story at all. All that they'd been told was that there was something going on at this house. That was it. So when they arrived at the house, they found the family were in a right old state. But while they were there and while they were chatting to the family, absolutely nothing happened. So after a while, they thought, well, this was a flipping waste of time, wasn't it? And they left. The minute they were out the door, the activity started in the house again. Now, the reporter and the photographer were in their car on the front and they were just getting ready to drive away when Vic Nottingham came running out the house, go, come back, come back, come back. You're right there, Pork Chop, it did. The Daily Mirror was actually was quite a respected newspaper. So yeah, it was one of those newspapers that people trusted what they read in it, and their opinion on things was valued. So I mean, whether that was why she chose the Mirror, I don't know. Jules, I had the original recording of The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Only listened to a bit, too scared to play it all. Do you know what? I think that was the one that I heard a very, very tiny snippet of on somebody else's podcast, and I couldn't either. It was, but then again, these voices of this Bill for this one, which we'll get to. Sorry, guys, I'm giving you a little bit of a heads up, but they scared the bejesus out of me. So, as I said, they're sitting in the car out the front. They're just about to drive off. Vic Nottingham comes running out. Come back, fellas, come back, come back. It started up again. So they followed him back inside. Now, when they get inside, the two girls are screaming and there's like Lego bricks flying around the room in all sorts of different directions. No problem, make me one, please. Extra milky, extra sweet. Thank you. There's like Lego bricks flying around the room and all sorts of weird and wonderful things. So Graham Morris gets his camera out and he's trying to take pictures of this happening. And while he's doing this and he's concentrated and focused on these Lego bricks doing all sorts of maneuvers, he's hit square in the face with one. And I'm saying square in the face, it hits him smack in his eyebrow. And it hit him hard enough to leave a mark that was still there, a couple of days later. So they haven't got a bloody clue what's going on. And then a load of these Lego bricks hit the wall behind him. And it was just really, really bizarre. Now, after they'd witnessed this and they get back to the Mirror offices, a senior reporter at the time, I don't know who this is. If anybody does know, let me know. But all I've got is a senior reporter at that time was so impressed by what Benson Morris had told him that he went out to the house the very next day. Now, there were some growing concerns amongst the reporters at the Daily Mirror offices that Mrs. Hodgson was, well, they were really concerned for her well-being. You know, she was a woman on the edge. So, in an attempt to help, they called the Society for Psychical Research, and I'm going to call those the SPR from now on. Save me getting my tongue twisted. And the SPR assigned the case to a gentleman called Maurice Grosse. And Maurice was actually an inventor. He was a very intelligent guy, but he was very new to psychic investigations. But he was really keen on, and he wholeheartedly accepted this case and went along to the Hodgson house to start investigating. Now, the thing about Maurice at the start was that he interviewed the whole family, and he was always looking for an alternative explanation for anything that happened, you know, like any good investigator would. But despite his level-headed approach, he was soon convinced that what was happening in the house was absolutely paranormal. And not long after he arrived at that house, he himself started to witness some really strange goings on, you know, and it wasn't minor things either. So he'd see Lego bricks being thrown, like what happened with the reporters. Marbles were thrown. And the weird things about the marbles that he observed was when they were thrown. So if you imagine you chuck a marble down, it's either going to, depending on the surface, it's either going to bounce or it's going to roll slightly and then come to a rest, isn't it? These didn't. When they landed, they literally stopped, like dead stop, as though they'd just been dropped into super glue that's set immediately. The weirdest thing. And then following on from that, things were escalating. So furniture was being thrown. There was even a 3-piece suite got launched at one point, apparently. And the thing is that you have to remember is that each stage in the Enfield Poltergeist investigation, people are coming in from very different backgrounds. So, you know, at the very first stage of this, it was the neighbours. And then the second stage, it was the police. The third stage, it was the reporters. And the fourth stage, it's these SPR investigators. Now, Maurice, sorry, I just dropped my notes then. Now, what Maurice Grosse started to do straight away was recording knocks. So he had a tape recorder. It did increase over time simples. It was just escalating and escalating. So he had his tape recorder, trusty tape recorder, and he would record things. So he'd record the knock-ins, he'd record things being thrown, you know, and the reactions when they hit people. He'd ask questions and ask for knocks on numbers of knocks in response. He's got those on tape. Now, fair enough, you can't see, you know, so I suppose any real skeptic could say, well, he was doing that himself. However, there were other people in the rooms when he was carrying out these, or a lot of these investigations. What's Cassie said? I know they said in the film she studied, spoke Germanic, and people can use both vocal cords, but there was a lot of paranormal activity. What was that in the in this case, or in the Emily Rose case? Lady Witch. Hi everyone, listening but working. Great covering. Oh, thank you, Lady Witch. I'm hoping so. I've kind of gone a bit crazy with the investigations, but I didn't want to leave anything out. So he's got all this. All right, yeah, Cassie's Emily Rose. That was very scary. So all these things are happening, and the reporters now. Graham Morris, who was the photographer, there's an interview with him, and he said, you know, no idea what it was, but he said, we were standing at one side of the room, he said, and at the other side there was a sideboard, and a heavy sideboard, and we saw the drawers on this sideboard opening with nobody touching them. He said, now you tell me, you explain to me what that was. And these were skeptics, you know, the photographer and the reporter, they were skeptics. They weren't firm believers in, you know, things that go bump in the night. So they weren't disputing it. All they were saying was, you know, something was definitely going on here. Something definitely was going on. Now, most activity was happening in the bedroom that was occupied by the 11-year-old Janet and 13-year-old Margaret. So what Graham Morris did was set up some remote cameras, and, you know, in order to hopefully catch some sort of activity, and these would be triggered by movement. And that's how most of the existing photos of the activity in that bedroom was captured. Those of you who've seen anything about this case will have seen the photographs of, you know, Janet flying through the air, sliding out of bed looking like she's been dragged out, all things like that. Sorry, I'm just pausing for a second because the dog's about to kick off. Really sorry, guys. No. Lie down. Lie down. We don't do barking when I'm telling scary stories. Shit myself. Okay. Back to the story. So, yeah. So he set up these remote cameras. That's how most of these photographs had been taken. Now, as time passed, there were questions starting to be raised about the motives of Mrs. Hodgson. And a lot of people, I don't know why, because she never, there's never any record of this being suggested or asked for, but for some reason, people suddenly started to speculate that Mrs. Hodgson was just after a better council house, so she'd made this whole story up, fabricating the whole thing. However, one of the, the SPR investigators, when they'd heard, these accusations, the SPR offered to contact the local council to get the family moved, and Peggy flatly refused. She's just like, no, absolutely not, I'm staying here. So that wasn't the motive behind it. And out of everybody, all of the investigators, the only impression ever you get of Mrs. Hodgson is that she was a very honest and simple lady. And to kind of fabricate this type of thing was just, you could see it wasn't in her nature. She was very credible. So, okay, so we're moving on to a few days later. So by now, we're on the 10th of September, 1977. And on this day, this was the day that it made the national press. And it became a nationwide phenomena. It made front page of the Daily Mirror, which was unheard of, because usually a story like this would have maybe made, it would have got a tiny little piece of coverage buried somewhere in the paper. This didn't. This got full front page spread. So, and following this, it became a bit of a media circus. So the media were turning up on the front doorstep. They were trying to bribe the kids to say that you made it up, for considerable amounts of money as well. Back then anyway, decent amounts of money. They were trying to bribe the kids to say you made it up. And this was a really good point that was made. Kieran O'Keefe, who most people will have heard of, he is a paranormal, well, he's a parapsychologist, isn't he? And he does investigate and debunk. He's the guy who debunked Derek Okora. Well, the point that he made, which I thought was a really valid point, was I don't understand why they were trying to bribe these kids to basically say we made it all up, because he said that wasn't a story that was going to sell. If you look at two stories, which is going to sell more papers? The 11-year-old girl who has been plagued by a poltergeist, that wherever she goes there's poltergeist activity, or the story of a 12-year-old girl who lied about there being a poltergeist around her. He said, so I've got no idea what the motive was, but anyway, the girls didn't take any money and they didn't say that they'd made it all up. They stuck fast and they stuck to the guns. Now, the SPR continued. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about this. I've got something's just got stuck in my eye. Give me a second, guys. Oh, gosh. Sorry about that. Something was prickling the hell out of my eyelid. Okay, so the SPR, they continued to record, well, it was an extraordinary amount of evidence. So there were things like matches that were lighting on their own in the boxes. There was heavy furniture that was being moved. At one point, a leather armchair was flipped completely over backwards in broad daylight. These were all these were all like really strange little things that were happening. There were outbreaks. This was the worrying thing. There were outbreaks of fires. Now, they were small, but they were fire. Now, these would break out all over the house, but then they'd vanish as quickly as they'd started. There were curtains that appeared to blow in the wind and twist as though, a wind was blowing them in a circular movement, but the windows were closed and there was no draft. Now, more disturbingly, the activity seemed to now be centering almost entirely and solely on the now 12-year, because she's hit her 12th birthday by this point, so on the now 12-year-old Janet. Now, what they started to notice was that Janet was always the focal point. So things had happened whenever she was around. If she went into the neighbours, something had happened in the neighbours. She was even coming home saying things were happening at school in the classroom. She'd say that there were tales that she told of going down the local shop and cans of pop would fly off the shelves, things like that. And again, why? A lot of people are saying that was probably connected to puberty. Was it? Wasn't it? No idea. Absolutely no idea. But whatever it was, this was now seeming to focus on Janet. Now, in November 1977, this was when apparently, now this is why they're saying they're linking it to puberty and menstruation and whatever. Apparently, this was, I think it was either the same day or the day after something, that Janet got her first period. One of the SPR investigators, she was in her bedroom, and they took this big, like it was a huge red cushion upstairs, and they asked Janet to put it downstairs without opening the door or coming out of the room. Now, she didn't do that. However, this is where it gets funny. However, there was a local baker who was walking down the street and suddenly looked up because he could see a large red cushion that was floating above the roof of the Hodgson's house. And he wasn't the only one to see it either. There were a few independent eyewitnesses who happened to see a large red cushion appearing out of thin air and floating above the house. Now, later that same day, she was asked if she could make something go through the floor, just appear through the floor. Apparently, she then told a tale of her passing through the wall herself into the next door's house. She gave a description of what was in that bedroom next door that she'd never actually been in before. She'd never had opportunity to go in. She described what was in the bedroom, and she also said that she'd left something in there. Now, this was the Nottingham's house, but the kids had never been upstairs. At the time when this was supposed to have happened, the house was locked, and Mr. and Mrs. Nottingham were out for work. So when Mrs. Nottingham came home and they went to check with her, she unlocked the house. They went upstairs. The bedroom is exactly as Janet described, and one of her books was lying in the bedroom. So how did that get in? You know, yeah, is it impossible that it could have been a setup? No, but just another little a little slight bit of weirdness. Now, the remote photos of Janet where she's levitating, this was the second thing, because the levitation is what started next. The remote photos of Janet where she's levitating that were taken by those cameras of Graham Morris, and there's all sorts. They've got her looking like she's coming out the bed sideways. They've got her looking like she's right up in the air with her knees virtually touching her own chest. They've got her looking like she's gone hurtling out of the bed backwards. The weirdest thing. Now, because this started happening, this levitating, they became quite concerned. And I think this was more led by the SPR than a mother, but they became quite concerned. So a doctor came out to sedate Janet because they really were bothered that she was going to injure herself. Now, apparently, the doctor that came out said that whatever this sedation was he was going to be giving her would be enough to knock her out. He said this would knock an elephant out, this would. It took 3 or 4 of them to hold her down. She just wasn't going. Eventually, the sedation kicked in. Now, this should have knocked her out for hours. And we're talking hours and hours and hours. She should have been unconscious. They left her asleep. They went downstairs. A short while later, they hear a bang. So everybody goes up, and the uncle was first in the bedroom. And Janet is still unconscious, but she's now lying on top of the chest of drawers. Fast asleep, and there's a photograph of that as well. So the sedation obviously didn't work. Now, she was also seen on another occasion floating horizontally behind the window of her bedroom. And this was by 2 independent witnesses in the street. They weren't known to each other, and neither of them were aware that the other was making a report. One of them was the lollipop lady who was going home, and she had a clear view into that bedroom, and she could see Janet Hodgson lying horizontally above the window casement. So she was in plain view at a height that she couldn't have been lying at, and floating around the room, so she'd kind of go away, around, up, down, what have you. What's that? You can't have midazolam and get yourself on top of a set of drawers. That's it, simple. And who would have been able to carry her and put her up there? Put job. I agree, Lady Witch. A fire could really ruin your weekend. Oh, what have I missed? Lady Witch saying. I'll be taking issue with an entity starting fires in my house. Yeah, well, yes, absolutely. Right. Now comes the real scary bit. Oh, bye, Kai Bealey. Enjoy work. And that wasn't meant sarcastically. I just hope people have a nice time at work. Oh, hi, Mirrorman. Hello. Welcome in. We're just getting to the scary bit. Well, I think it's scary. Right. So this has all been escalating, as we know. It's gone from the things being thrown, the fires, the noises, the furniture moving, the levitation, possible astral projection, and now we're getting on to the potential possession part. Oh, no, no, Mirror Man, not because you're that scary. More scary that Pork Chop's come in and he's behaving himself. That's scary. Right. I've entitled this little snippet, Bill. Do we all remember who Bill was? So I'm going to try not to say anything horrid about Bill. Just give me a second, guys. I need to take a little sip of my drink. Serious subject, serious pig. I should think so. Okay. So most of the people in here who were in when we discussed it last time will know who Bill is. For those who don't, prepare yourselves. So after all of the previous incidences, the latest being the levitation, she then started to speak in the voice of an old man. Now, when she first started to do this, they called in a very well-respected speech therapist, and they were completely baffled as to how she was doing this. And this voice has been caught on tape. Now, if you guys remember when we covered this very briefly the last time, I put up the links to a couple of recordings. I don't know if anybody has got those links. If you do, could you possibly drop them in the chat in case anybody wants to just go and have a quick listen to them? I should have been prepared and wasn't. Otherwise, when this live's finished, I'll put it in a comment pinned and I will put the recordings up of this guy. And if you close your eyes and try and forget that this is a now 12-year-old girl, that this is coming, whose voice this is coming out of, it does sound like a very old 70-odd-year-old man. It's creepy as F, isn't it, Cassius? Yeah, Lisa, he did have a foul mouth. He was effing and jeffing all over the place, wasn't he? Yeah, you've heard him, Simples. I know, he's yeah. This sounds brilliant. I don't know anything about this. I'd love the link. If not, okay. Yeah, no problem. Well, if anybody's got the link, or because I'm obviously lazy and useless, if you could drop it for Cassius and anybody else who hasn't listened. If not, as I said, I will put it in the comments after this live. But yeah, it's creepy. The longer of those two links that are posted has got more coverage of Bill in it. But I'm going to try and be respectful of the dead. I'm not going to call him what I did the last time. I'm just going to call him Bill. Okay. So, but this voice, it's caught on tape. And as I said right at the start, this is probably one of the only, if not the only time that the voice of a spirit has been captured on tape. Now, they got another expert. It is Jules. It's awful, that voice. It's awful. They got another expert in, and he determined that this voice was coming from her false vocal cords, which are the vocal cords that lie behind your real vocal cords. And this was something else that I found out as well. I didn't know of this guy till I looked him up, but apparently he was quite a big celebrity, if you want to say that, in the 70s. His name was Ray Allen, and he was a ventriloquist. And he had his ventriloquist dummy was called Lord. So, oh God, I didn't write that down. It was Lord something or other. And so he was this very well-known and famous ventriloquist. He even got involved to come down to see if she was performing some kind of ventriloquism. And he said, she's not. She isn't. And the problem is that it is virtually yeah, that's him, Ray Allen. But that was him. He then went along and he spent time with Janet Hodgson just to see if she was performing ventriloquism. However, because of the way that she's speaking, now they even had some of the grown men who, part of the investigation team, and they had some of the reporters try to mimic this voice in the same way that Janet was. and they couldn't do it for more than a couple of minutes at the time without having, that's it, Lord Charles, thank you, Pork Chop. They couldn't do it without breaking, having to clear the throat or coughing. And one reporter, she tried to do it and she lost her voice for, I think, was it 2 or 3 days? I think she lost her voice for, because she did some real damage to her own vocal cords. Now, Janet, when she was talking in this voice, could do it for an hour at a time. Never cleared her throat, never paused to have a drink, never looked in any way, shape or form of discomfort. And it really does sound like an old man. It's awful. Sorry, I'm just having another little sip. Oh, is that it, Porky? Thank you. Yeah, Cassius, an hour. I mean, obviously, it wasn't like me just chatting away and chewing everybody's ears off. Oh, thank you, Lady Witch. That's 2 different links there for you all. Brilliant. Is that the same as well, Lady Witch, the other bill link? Because they're both different. So great, you've covered them both. Yeah, please click on either of those and just have a listen. Because I can just shoot the shit for a minute and wait if you want to have a quick listen, so you know what I'm talking about. Oh, right. The 5-minute one isn't as good. I mean, it is because you still get the voice, but the other one, the 12-minute link, is probably the better of the two. But shall I just faff around for a couple of minutes if any of you guys want to just go and click on one of those links and have a quick listen? Because I think if you hear what they sound like, you'll get a better idea of how hard it was. Oh, you're on the Body Simples. Right, I'll just wait for a second. In fact, I'm going to powder my nose. Can you give me a couple of minutes, guys? I'll just go and, what do they say? Empty me clog, as they say in Holland, and I shall be right back. And that should give anybody a chance to listen to 1 or 2 of those clips. Right, be back in a sec, guys. I'm back. Right. Oh, have you been and listened to it, Cassius? It's horrible, isn't it? It's when he starts swearing as well, because I mean, there's recordings of him where, he's saying F off this, and I think he calls that Morris a dirty old sod, and bugger this, fuck that. Yeah, he's yeah. It just sounds like an obnoxious old fella, but it's just so creepy. No, there's no way. And imagine that for an hour. And if you shut your eyes, which is what I did, although it scared me afterwards. But you close your eyes and listen to that, and that just sounds like an old man, doesn't it? So, the Enfield Poltergeist. Oh, hi, Suzanne. Love you. All right, darling? It's great, and I just love this Enfield Poltergeist stuff. There's so much stuff out there, but I just wish someone would put it all together. Because no problem, Suzanne. It's absolutely fine. Lurkers welcome. I think a few people just listening, you know, and they're doing other things as well. What's two voices having a conversation? Because I can fuck about with my voice, but my throat hurts after 5 minutes. That's it, exactly. Oh, hi, Mimi. Hello, love. Great to see you. Everyone, first time here for me. Have I missed a preceding story? You have, but I do leave them up. So if you want to go back and have a listen, we just covered the covering the Enfield Poltergeist. So that was a very famous case here in the UK in the 1970s. But it's only part one. I will be doing a part two next week, but it will be up. So if you're interested, but otherwise, you know, sit back and enjoy. But it's really nice to see you here, love. Thanks for coming over. And if you come in again next time, you'll have a wrench. I make everybody mods just for the hell of it because I can. So, right. So I'll just carry on with this little bit. Right. So, despite people thinking that a voice was fake, it actually did receive some, how should we word this? Surprising legitimacy, shall we say, from a former inhabitant of the house. Now, this inhabitant was called Bill. And Bill was the spirit. When they were questioning this voice coming out of... No, don't, Sheila. Don't listen to it before bed. When they were questioning this spirit, and he was telling them how old he was and how he died, and part of it was, you know, I was blind, and then I went to sleep in this chair, and I died, and, you know, and what was your name? And it's awful. I'm going to try and take him off, but even I can't do it. And they'd go, what was your name? And he'd go, Bill. But really croak like Bill. Like that. And they then found out that, yes, the previous occupant of this house, so prior to the Hodgsons moving in, his name was Bill. And he had died exactly the same way that this voice coming out of the 12-year-old Janet was describing that he died. I think it was, because, you know, of all the things I didn't write down was what Bill said he died of. Hemorrhage, that was it, a brain hemorrhage, he said. So this was exactly how this fella had died. Now, on top of that, just to add a little bit more weight to the argument of it not being fake, was that the other investigator, who was Guy Lyon Playfair, he'd written a book about this haunting called This House is Haunted. And somebody read this book and got in touch with Maurice Grosse, who was the other SPR investigator. And he said, that sounds like my dad, that voice, that sounds like my dad. And his dad had been Bill, who lived in the house prior to the Hodgsons. Make of it what you will. However, it just adds a little bit of credence to the story. Anyway, so this has gone on, and there are recordings after recordings of it. And Maurice Grosse spent hours interviewing Bill, and again, we'll talk about, when we do part 2, we'll talk about some of the things that, some of the investigative techniques that they went through when the voice was coming out of Janet. And I don't want to go into them now because I think they did pork chop. They did. And I think it was also in order to, shall we say, protect the son, his anonymity as well. I mean, I've no doubt people... There you go. Bit of Wilkes. See, I can't even do it. Doesn't matter how I try. I cannot do that voice. So, after all this time, so by this has gone on, and the question, they're getting more, and sometimes this voice of Bill would talk absolute shite. They had a bit of banter, I think, over football teams one time, you know, with a bit like proper lad banter and insults. They asked him, you know, what are you? And he spelt out, and he put GHOST, you know, and asking him, was he in heaven? And he didn't believe in heaven. And it was, so there were really random conversations that were going on between Maurice Grosse and Bill. But, you know, they've got this, and it's all on tape. I'd love to hear, because not all of those will have been made public, and that's the point I made before. We'll have heard some of them, but we won't have heard all of them. Now, so after all of this, and Janet's, you know, she's been subjected to doctors sticking sedatives into her. She's had speech therapists come over. She's had throat surgeon who's looked at these, you know, the way she's making these noises. The police have all been involved. She's then got all these investigators prodding and poking at her. And if that isn't enough, in July of 1978, so we're talking, what, nearly 11 months after the first activity, she was admitted to hospital for some extensive testing. Oh, let's have a look, pork chop. If you listen carefully to the first 4 minutes, you hear two voices talking to each other, sometimes overlapping. She could not have done that. I'll be honest with you, I don't like listening to it. It really freaks me out. It is a horrible voice. So I'll take your word for that, honey, but I just couldn't listen to that in that kind of detail. I mean, one of these other brave souls will probably have done it or can do it, but not me. So, as I said, 10 months after all of this began, she is admitted to hospital for extensive testing. And they wanted to test if she had some form of a mental illness. They wanted to test if she had brain damage. They wanted to test if she had epilepsy. All the things that they thought, go on, Sheila, do it. All of these things that they thought could explain what was going on. And she eventually was released with a clean bill of health. You know, they found nothing wrong with her. She just was a normal 12-year-old. Now, she returned home where, funnily enough, while she hadn't been there, the activity had definitely quietened down. And so the family then decided they were going to go on a little holiday to Essex. And in their absence, the house was going to be looked after by Peggy's brother, John Burkham. And he lived just down the road a ways. Now, John had not been bothered about looking after the house because he assumed, wrongly, that as most of the activity was focused on Janet, while she wasn't in the home, there would be no activity. So this particular night, he went over to the house. For some reason, he needed an alarm clock. And he went over to the house and he went up into the bedroom to get the alarm clock. And as he went to put his hand on the bedroom door, the doorknob turned and the door swung open. So he kind of stopped and thought, okay. But he walked into the room and the door closed behind him. So at this point, he's like, double okay. Picks up the clock, turned round, went to put his hand on the door handle, and the doorknob turned and the door opened just enough to allow his body to fit through. So he was through that door and he scarpered. Now, a couple of days later, he went in the house. I don't know whether he was just going in to check or, open the curtains, what have you. But he saw a figure of a man in a blue shirt with his back to him sitting at the chair. And this didn't look like a ghost. He actually looked solid. And he said he was at this point when he saw this, he was on the verge of saying, "Oh, what's your game?" Because it looked like a real person. He said until he remembered which house he was in. So he just closed his eyes for a second or two, opened them again. The figure had vanished. At that point, he gave it legs and he swore he was never going to go back in that house alone again. And he didn't. He just wouldn't. Now, when the family returned, this is where I think it got quite sad, because a lot of interest in the family, it waned a little bit. There were a lot of people calling them fakes. There were a lot of people calling them charlatans. I think there was a certain pressure put on these girls to perform to an audience. I think that some of, like we said earlier, some of the things were done because, which is what I was going to touch on as well. This family, the father was absent. He'd left. He had met somebody else, and he had actually deserted the family. So he didn't only desert the mother, he deserted his children as well. He didn't go back. He didn't visit them. He didn't get, weekends with his kids. It was literally wash my hands off. I'm gone. I have a new woman. Ta-ra. So there was a lot of bitterness and hurt on the mother's part, as you would be, someone that you've born 4 children to and you love, as somebody decided he wants to trade you in for a younger model. And not only that, he's not only legged it, he isn't giving you any financial support or emotional support. So she was she was feeling it. That kind of anxiety or worry or stress will rub off on the children to a certain extent. No problems, Jules. I hope you get it sorted. Don't worry, lovey. So there's to a certain extent that's going to rub off on the kids. Then you also have to remember that those children they're missing the dad. They've had a 2-parent family and now they've got one. And not only have they got one, the other parent doesn't really want to spend any time with them or have out to do with them. So that's going to sting. That would sting no matter what age you were, but especially at that age. The mother's working all the hours God sends. They haven't got 2 halfpennies to rub together. They're a decent working class family, but they haven't got a lot to spare. And is it, it's not unkind to suggest that, when these investigators are coming in to investigate genuine things that are happening, isn't it possible that just to possibly get a little bit more attention on a quiet day when nothing's happening, that Janet, I think it probably was all Janet, if at all, that Janet may have decided to do a little bit of something in order to keep the interest there? Because, Morris was spending a lot of time at that house. And for all intents and purposes, he was a bit like a substitute father for them, because he spent a lot of time with the kids. He was a father himself. So, oh, brilliant, Jules, and she's back. So when things were quietening down a little bit, if ever the newspaper reporters were around or something, things would suddenly escalate, or if there hadn't been any interest, they'd suddenly get a phone call from Mrs. Hodgson saying, this has happened or that has happened. And people started to lose interest. And it's quite a shame, really, because unfortunately, when you make up part of a story to tag onto the truth, it undermines the truthfulness. So if you just go with what is the truth and you stick with that, then the credibility is there. But the moment that you start adding lies in just to make it look that little bit more important, it's like anything, isn't it? You'll believe somebody and you'll believe everything they say, and you'll trust everything they say until they tell you a lie. And then you start doubting everything. And it's exactly the same principle with this. So, yeah, they were getting a lot of negative, I suppose, feedback from other areas. The investigators were still there. But again, Maurice Grosse was getting slated. Yes, Simples, that's right. Maurice did have a daughter. Yeah, died. It was a car accident, wasn't it? And her name was Janet. Yeah. So he had an affinity with the family. But anyway, as I said, this is what happened, and people started to just really not want to be interested at all. And it was around about this time that Guy Lyon Playfair, who was the other SPR investigator, he was approached by, and he'd also been a journalist in one of his previous lives. He was a novelist and a journalist, and one of his contacts from a big Dutch newspaper had read about, the Enfield Poltergeist case and knew that he was involved with it. And this guy approached Guy and said, I know a medium who could help with this. Are you interested if I fetch him over from Holland? So Guy Playfair said, absolutely, yeah, come on, because Peggy was she was a woman on the edge. She was frazzled and she was at the end of a tether. So this journalist came over from Holland and he brought this Dutch medium. Now, apparently this medium, was very well known. He was very famous in Holland, but unusually didn't speak a word of English. I think I will go back and listen to part 1 first and catch up. No, brilliant, Mimi. No, that's absolutely fine. This is part 1, but it's just the start of this. Probably 10 minutes in, 10 or 11 minutes in is when I start with the story. The first 10 minutes was just me saying hello to everybody. But yeah, we'll be doing part 2 next week. So yes, this Dutch medium came over. Now, unusually, because as you know, most Dutch, the Scandinavian countries, the Dutch, Germany, they all speak, very good English. This guy didn't. He didn't speak a word of English. He just spoke Dutch. So he'd had to come and be interpreted for. So he arrived over there and he was taken to the house. Now, he was introduced to the family and he spent quite a while speaking with Janet via interpreter. And I think he'd bought like an ice lolly or something, or, packet of sweets, and they sat and they had a bit of a chit chat. And then he disappeared up into her bedroom. And he was gone for about 20 minutes. And when he'd finished, he came down the stairs and via the interpreter, he basically said, that's it. All done. Sorted. It's gone. And from that moment, there was no other activity in that house. That was it. Now, was he a powerful medium that got rid of whatever was there? Who can say? Was it the power of suggestion? The fact that, he had managed to plant that seed in Janet's head, if she was the one that was causing this, to the extent that she thought, well, I can't really carry it on now because he's just told me that he's got all these powers and he'll know if it's a kid on or something. We don't know, because I don't know what he said to her, because it was in Dutch and it was never divulged to Guy Playfair. Or if it was, he's never come clean about it. So, yeah, that was actually the end of the haunting. It was a very undramatic end to it after a full, 14 months of things just going bananas. And as I said earlier, the one thing that I was glad about with this was the, the police involvement right at the start. Because, and I'll just repeat this for anybody who wasn't here when I brought it in before, the fact that you can have your witness statements, which, do have a certain amount of value, but no matter how many witnesses you've got, they have the neighbours and whatnot, but to actually get documented, or rather documentation from day one by trained observers like police officers, who then will actually sign a written statement and risk ridicule by the colleagues in doing so, that bit is virtually unheard of. So that's the one thing that I like about this case, the fact that it's got that police documentation right from the get-go, even though the police couldn't help. But the fact that they have written down and signed off on what they saw, and that to me gives, it does give it a lot of credibility to no matter how many people are saying it's fake, the kids did it, the mum did it, the brother did it. It's that bit of credibility, because that police woman saw what she saw. She also saw nobody was anywhere near that chair, and she checked and double checked to see if anything else could have caused it. So, right, guys, so that is the end of part 1 of the Enfield Poltergeist case. And as I said, we will do part 2 next week when we go through all the investigative techniques. So for those of you who hadn't heard of this before, what do you think of that case so far? I mean, I know it is popular with quite a lot of people. Just going to pop this in the chat. I've just popped that down there in case anybody wants to come up. Oh, Frida, you will, love. I'm sorry. It is freaky though, isn't it? I mean, what do you think? I mean, what are your impressions, Frida? Do you think it sounds as though, and obviously you've only got me reading my notes out and going off what I've watched and so on, but would you say on first impressions, do you think it sounds like a case of kids messing about, or is your first impression that it is something of the supernatural kind? Because I think if anything for me, if anything was going to swing it for me, take out of the equation things being thrown and levitations and little fires, it's that Bill voice that did it for me. Oh, what have you done there, Cassie's 180 hours of tape, 11 years old. No. Oh, 180 hours of interviews with Bill. Croaky old ass Bill. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that voice, it sounded, well, I'm going to say it, I don't care. I'll cast my white light round myself and protect myself. He sounded like a horrible old bastard. A real old nasty get. The ones if your ball came over if you threw or kicked your ball over into his garden, the old gat would be out with a pitchfork and stab it, and not give it you back. That's the type. Or he'd be trying to get a view up a woman's skirt, if he'd pretend he'd fall over on the floor with a stroke just so we could get a look up somebody's skirt. I'm probably wrong. Oh, Lisa, what was it on this one, on the Enfield? Or on a different case? No, do you know what, Frida, I wouldn't do, because I can't listen. I mean, it's all right, like Pork Chop was just saying then, he's listened to it quite intently, and the fact that there's two voices talking, but I can't listen to it like that. I mean, I listened to them on my own in broad daylight for a cursory listen, and that was it. I just put the links in my chat and went, there you go, crack on, guys. Do with those what you wish. And what do all the men in chat think about the Cassie said, watch the first two links put in chat and the third is bizarre. They're just yeah. They're awful. Sorry, can I come up and tell my ghost story next week? No, that's absolutely fine. Green Eyes, not a problem, because I think Jules is having a few issues as well, isn't she, with connection. So yeah, if you want to come up on part 2 night, how's that grab you? Who we got? Who we got? Who we got? Oh, we've got a special treat for you all. Oh. Hello? Oh, she's gone. Yeah, that's it. Bedtime clown. And I mean that word hemorrhage. It's not something that a kid would know, is it? Hemorrhage. I don't know what happened then, Lisa, but I lost you. I tried to bring you up and you vanished. Yeah, and it was like, I died of a hemorrhage. Horrible voice. Imogen died tells me if that was a hoax, the rents were in on it. Yeah. Yeah, we did. Forbidden Archaeology last night. But yeah, I'm always interested because I think probably 9 times out of 10, women will have a slightly different perspective on these things than the men. Oh, your internet's been on and off as well. Yeah, mine's not looking too sparkling. Usually I've got a full-on signal, but it's looking a bit dippy. So I'm really hoping I don't get cut off. In the middle of this stream, Sheila. I think a real happening, but over dramatised by the family to get attention from divorced dad. They felt abandoned. Cannot explain the voice at all. 50-50. Yeah. Bedtime clown. There's a few words she used that were strange for an 11-year-old. Yes, there were. Although, let's play devil's advocate. She was apparently highly intelligent. She was a very intelligent child. I think she was learning French and German at school at the time as well, so she wasn't by any means thick. Oh, you're working hard again, bedtime. No problem. Did you catch this one from the beginning? Or have you've just come in? So, Simples, do you want, I don't know if you were wanting to come up, or do you want to do it next week when Green Eyes does and Tiz and probably Jules, because she keeps getting kicked off. Oh, hang on. Who have we got? Who's here? Well, Lisa again. Oh, Lisa, you're not, I can't, it's not letting me get you up. I don't know why. I keep pressing on your name, but it's coming up with, as you come in, it's got an X through your name for some reason, and I don't know why. Hang on, let me try. Right, I'm going to try kicking you from the studio and then seeing if you can come in again. Right, I've tried that. I've kicked you out, and then we can try again. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, for God's sake. Bugger. Well, I mean, I don't know what you think, Lisa. If you can't work it tonight, Green Eyes is going to come up next week for the second part. And I would imagine Jules, because she's losing a signal, she can't manage it. Yes, Simples. Let me just do it. I'll put the link in. You click the link, and then when you're backstage, if you don't want people to see your face, you just click on the little bit that says hide camera, and you'll just come up with an avatar instead. And then you're up. I mean, no pressure. I'll do it. I'll drop it for you, but you know, you don't have to if you're feeling a bit on the nervy side. But I know everybody, and me included, would love to hear your stories. But yeah, all you do is click on that link, and then, like I said, if you do, because it will default with the camera on. So if you don't want us all seeing your lovely face, make sure that you you click close the camera. Oh, who we got? Who we got? We've got Will Lisa again. Oh, who we got this time?
Got me?
Yay!
Yay! Hey!
We finally got Will Lisa.
Yeah. No, my other browser was blocking me. I was using that DuckDuckGo, and
Oh,
they said try Chrome, so they moved me over to Chrome, and yay for Chrome!
well, we've got. I like that Will Lisa night hag.
Yeah. Ah.
Absolutely. Well, we've all been dying to hear this story. Oh, Simple's
Oh, it's a weird one. Oh, it's so weird.
Well, what I'll do
weird.
then, I will give. Would you want me to just give you the floor and let you tell us all the story?
Well, I mean, if you want to carry on talking about the Enfield Poltergeist for a little while.
We more or less covered what we needed to, Lise.
Okay.
You know, the rest of it.
I just wanted to say, I remember seeing a documentary about it. I think it was on YouTube years ago, and it was a very realistic documentary. It looked like it was made in the 70s.
Right.
And it was terrifying. It really was, because it looked so realistic. It didn't look like, you know, you see these glossy sort of, like, I don't know, oh, what's that guy's name? You know that those bloody haunting programs where they go to in haunted houses and.
Oh right, yeah.
What's his name? Jack? Oh, something Baggins.
Yes,
You know,
Zach Baggins. It's
Zach Baggins and people like that. You know, and
Ghost Adventures.
Yeah, this was real, and it was terrifying. It was, but yeah, that was my take on it. And
well,
Bill, foul mouth old git. Bless you, Bill.
I know. Well, I was doing that, saying he sounds like an old bastard, and then going white light, round the house. Sorry, Bill. Sorry, Bill. But he just sounded like the one that you wouldn't want. He was a neighbour from hell. You know, I don't know if you could hear if you were still in the chat when I said he seemed to me like the type, if you kicked your ball over into his back garden as a kid, he'd come out with the pitchfork and stab it, and you wouldn't get it back.
Yeah, right in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
with a clown mask on or something.
But yeah, it just seemed to be. And didn't wasn't the son a bit dodgy about him as well?
Yeah. Didn't the son listen to the voice?
He did. The little girl. He listened to the voice. He recognised his dad in the voice, but
yeah,
I'm sure I remember watching something that kind of intimated. It didn't give outright details, but it sort of intimated that the father was a bit of a wrong-un as regards his son. Now, whether that was physical abuse or other things, I don't know.
Wouldn't
but
surprise.
it was kind of leading you down that route, which is why the son had nothing to do with his dad. He'd not been around when his dad died.
Right. Because I also remember Oh gosh, there was something else I remembered, and now it's just gone straight from my head.
Oh,
I
sorry.
just hate when that happens. Um, I can't remember, but I just, you know, that was frightening, and and even the police were like, we can't explain it. We just can't explain what's going on in there. So something was happening, and
I mean, doesn't it make you laugh though, the fact that in 1977 you think that no, she's not there yet, Green Eyes, there's nobody backstage. Simples is trying to come up as well. That 1977, the one thing that you think to do is, right, I've got a ghost in my house. I'll ring the police.
the poor woman just didn't know what to do, did she?
I know.
I just don't think she knew what to do. I mean, Christ, she was on her own with 2 children, or was there more than 2? There was 3 of them, and
Well, found out, Lisa, there's
there were
4.
4.
I
There
didn't
were
know
4.
this. Yeah, until I
She was a
started
single
reading.
mum. They were poor as hell.
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters?
Well, exactly. I mean, they tried a vicar, didn't they? They then tried a psychic or a medium or something. Then they've got the psychic investigators come in. They've got the reporters and the police have been in. It's sort of, where do you turn? I can't imagine. I mean, I know how frustrated I've been over this, whatever this thing is in here.
You too. I remember I heard you saying something about it, but I've been a
Wow.
bit sort of self-involved lately.
Oh, well, I'm not going to go into detail, but how are you today? Are you all right, love?
I'm holding my head up. I'm holding my head up.
That's all you can
I
do.
go from like wanting to scream, shout, cry, whatever, then just go back to normal. But
Oh,
it's I'm holding my head up, and I'm just, all I can do is just make plans and carry on.
absolutely. And do you know, the way I look at it, and it's not how everybody does, but I mean, I hope I never go through a heartbreak, because it's awful until you're in there at that moment. You forget, don't you, how horrid it is. But I always take myself back and think, what's the worst thing that's ever happened to me? And that was me losing my mum. Nothing in my life will ever be as bad as the day I watched my mum close her eyes for the last time. And that's how I try to deal with things, And I think if I got through that, I'll get through it. And especially
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to think, if I got through other things that are way worse than this, but it still hurts, it doesn't take the pain away. I think that's just going to take some time, and maybe me just doing things to take my mind off it and not dwelling on it. That's all I can do.
It is. And well, I know. Are you had you been together a long time, or
not really. I mean, we'd known each other a long time. It was someone that I knew when I was 17, and it was a pretty new relationship, but there was certain circumstances. I'm not gonna I'm gonna leave it there, because it's just gonna get too painful, and I don't want to start blubbing on life.
No worries. Well, the whole chat loves you, and and we know you needed to come up to talk to us tonight. So, the night hag, because I have heard about the night hag.
Oh wow! I mean, this was an incident. I was, gosh, how old was I? I must have been about 21, 22. I was with my baby and her father, and we were sleeping in the same room. We had her cot in the bedroom with us. And I woke up about 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was definitely summer, because it was light out, because I could hear someone, this guy I knew, calling my name through the letterbox. And like, we lived in a flat, and the bedroom door was quite close to the front door. that was what would woke me. That was what woke me up, hearing someone shouting Lisa through the letterbox, and I recognised the voice, and I know who's the voice belonged to.
Yeah.
So anyway, I woke up, but it was like, I don't know how many people in chat or you yourself, Kiss, have ever experienced sleep paralysis before. But, it was like I had sleep paralysis, but it wasn't like sort of normal sleep paralysis. Everything in the room started to sort of go black, but I knew I was awake. It was like everything started going dark in the room. And it was like this, I can't explain her face. It was like an old, haggard old witch. I mean, her face was almost green, and she looked horrifying. And it was like she was sort of above me, but sitting on top of my chest and my body as well. And it
What?
almost felt like she was trying to sink into my skin. That's the only way I can explain it. It was like she was trying to sink into my skin, and just lying there and not being able to scream, to shout, move, do nothing. I had my ex-husband lying next to me, and I couldn't even reach out to grab him to say, help me. And it was, and then as soon as that happened, it ended. And I tried to put it out of my mind, and I didn't speak about it for years, because I thought people just think you're crazy.
Yeah.
They'll tell you you were dreaming. They'll tell that it didn't really happen. You were dreaming, but you didn't really, you probably thought you were awake, but you were dreaming. But I know I was awake, I know I was awake.
Yeah. You know the
And
difference, don't you? It doesn't matter what anybody tells
you
you. You
do,
know
yeah,
you're awake or asleep.
yeah. And I'd never heard of this night hag before in my life. I'd never heard of her or sleep paralysis. I'd never ever heard of it before in my life. And then one night, years later, I mean, this was like way back before internet and stuff like
Mhm.
that was even heard of, you know. We're talking like 20 odd years ago.
Yeah.
And anyway, this probably almost, between 20 and 30 years ago, like give or take. And this there was this program on TV, and it was about people who experienced sleep problems. And then
Yes.
someone started speaking about like this woman that would visit them at night, and she'd drawn a picture of her, and it was exactly the same thing that I saw. And I just remember the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end, and just feeling so frightened. And and then with the internet, I started to find out that how far this really does go back, and how people, they all say they've seen the same thing. And the strange thing was, like, if I'd ever heard of it before, and if I'd ever heard of if I'd ever heard of people like seeing this night hag, maybe I could understand people thinking I'd made it up. But
Yeah.
that was the first time I ever heard of it. And then when I started to look into it a bit more, when I got a bit more courageous and I started to dig into it with the internet and stuff, there are some people that believe it's Lilith, but it goes back, it goes way back in so many different cultures, and so much folklore around it, and it just goes back centuries and centuries and centuries. People have been talking about. There's even a famous painting of I can't think who it's by now, but I know it's called The Nightmare, and there's like a woman lying in bed asleep, and there's a little monster sitting on her chest.
Oh, and that's about that, is it?
It's basically, I think that's what it's about. It's like it's something to do. What was it called? What's that picture? Did I just say the name of the picture and lost it again? The Nightmare. That's it. It's called I'm sure it's called The Nightmare. And yeah, that's what that's about apparently.
Oh,
And
there you
like
go.
some people see shadow people, other people have said different things. Some people see nothing. I had one more bout of sleep paralysis after that, and that was to do with my asthma. I couldn't breathe properly one night, and I woke up in the middle of the night and I couldn't move, but I could see all around me and I was aware of what was going on. It's the same as the last time. I just couldn't move and I had to lie there and wait for it to pass. But I didn't see anything again. I never
That's
saw anything ever again. But that was like my one and only experience, and it was absolutely terrifying. And I
to,
just thought, if I didn't tell anyone for years because I just thought people would think I was absolutely crazy.
to be honest, though, I mean, your one and only experience, you don't really want another after. If that's your first introduction to anything of that nature, once is enough, isn't it? And Pork
Uh
Chops just put in the chat, Henry Fuseli,
huh.
the who's done that. I'm presuming that's who the artist is you're talking about, the Nightmare.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Oh, Lady Witch has just put it in as well, The Nightmare by Henry Fuseli.
Yeah. That's it.
Wow.
It's called The Nightmare. I can never remember the artist, but I remember the picture is called The Nightmare. But my only ever experience was my mum lived in this. My mum lived in this flat, and it was like the upstairs of a house,
Mhm.
and this was like a creepy old place. It was like I never noticed anything at first because I didn't live there. But then one day I was upstairs in the bedroom and I could hear my brother Damien calling me and calling me. So I've come downstairs and what, Damien, what do you want? And he said, no, I haven't been calling you. My mum told me there was something in there that would call them and mimic their voices. So you'd think someone was calling you and they weren't.
Mm.
How's that for weird?
No, it's. Do you know? Lady Witch is saying she's got a reproduction of that exact painting that you're just talking about. I think I'd be too scared to look at that, Lady Witch. That Nightmare.
Is
Now,
that it's actually a nice painting.
yeah, but I suppose if you've not had because you've obviously got the association now, haven't you? You having seen what that's about.
Yeah,
It,
it's
it's
not a frightening painting though. It's actually, I mean, it could be, I mean, art is subjective, isn't it? You can interpret it in so many ways. What it means to me doesn't mean the same to you, possibly. You know, it. The nightmare could be a metaphor for something else.
yeah, yeah.
But, I believe that it's for that because there's just been so many cases throughout history, throughout the centuries. And at the
Mm.
time, I'd never heard of nothing like it. And my first experience of hearing about it was another woman talking about it on the program about sleep disorders. And I just remember just like it hit me then, it actually really was real. It was real
Well,
because I
here
didn't
is
see
another.
myself.
Sorry, sorry, lovey.
And I was just going to say, I doubted myself, sometimes that it was real. And then it hit me, it was real. How do so many people see the same
Mm.
thing?
Well, here you go. Here's a way to look at it, and I'm going slightly, ever so slightly, away from night hag, but were you in when we were talking about that film called The Fourth Kind last week?
Who? Sorry?
It's called The Fourth Kind. It's a film and it's set in Nome in Alaska. And Lady Witch and I were talking about it, and I forget who else. It might have been Green Eyes. Now, in that, and I am going somewhere with this,
Yeah.
in that it is relating to alien abductions. You only find this out later on in the film. But this psychiatrist or psychologist, she has a lot of patients, and they are all telling her that they are seeing the same thing at night. And these aren't connected people. At night, they are waking up and they are all seeing an owl sitting in the window of the bedroom, just looking at them. But for some reason, they're Cassis is saying he's seen it. They're absolutely terrified and they don't know why. It's just an owl, a white owl sitting in the window.
Normally, you'd be
seeing it.
fascinated, wouldn't you? You'd be like, oh, what? It would be something beautiful, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And it turns out she then decides, because she's seen this pattern, that she's going to hypnotize some of her patients so that because they're all thinking, I'm waking up. This is really bothering me, this owl. And some of them have said they've seen this owl from them being children. Sorry, and right on cue, the dog barks. Shut up. So when she hypnotizes them, this is no longer an owl. When they're hypnotized, they're actually seeing it for what it is. And the owl is actually so horrific that, I mean, one guy ends up I think he breaks his own neck or something, trying to crawl away from what he's seen in his mind's eye.
Or is it
it's true story. They show the film and they show the video of the psychiatrist or psychologist, the actual footage of hers. And then side by side with it is the reenactment of it. And it's the fact that they all thought they were seeing this thing, but it turns out it must have been an alien of some sort, because it's about alien abductions. And it was that terrifying that the aliens had put this image of an owl into the subconscious so that they didn't remember seeing them as they really looked. And Cassie's just saying he breaks his back. I think she's talking Aramaic. That's crazy. So I'm just and I'm just thinking, I wonder if it's something. Could it be something like that? You're all seeing this thing. Weird, isn't it?
Yeah. There were people that were actually embarrassed to have said that what they'd seen.
Well, you are, aren't you? Look at that I experienced up at my dad's. Although I didn't see it, were you in when I was saying about that? Whatever it was, I thought I was being chased through that wood, and I took off and ended up smashing my face in because I was in that much of a panic to get up that path through from Camas Darrick. And when my brother ended up like beating up my ex-boyfriend, thinking he'd knocked me one in the face, and he hadn't. It was me falling, trying to get away. And it's things like that. I didn't tell anybody about. I told my dad. I didn't tell anybody about that for years.
Yeah.
Because I thought, what they going to think?
They're going to think you're crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've mentioned it to people, and they've looked at me like, "You're full of shit. You're full of shit." It's like, why would I make that up?
I know, and who are we? I cannot say to you, you didn't see that, Lisa. I don't know. I'm not in your head. I'm not looking out of your eyes.
It could have been a dream. It could have been awake. It could have been some sort of subconscious, weird, odd thing. But then I just wonder, why do so many people who don't know each other see the same person?
Yeah.
Who is she? What does she want?
She obviously is signifying something, or I mean, what does any research? Has anybody got any theories? I know you said Lilith, but has anybody got any theories as to why she appears to certain people?
I mean, I've never really looked seriously because I guess I got a bit scared when I
Yeah.
started to. But when I started to think about Lilith, and then I spoke to some sort of pagan groups, and they said that it's nothing to be afraid of. Don't be
Mhm.
afraid. You know, the hag is a symbol of a wise woman. I mean, I'm not so sure about that one.
Well, I
I mean,
mean,
I understand the concept, but the way that it appeared and the way that it felt,
yeah,
it didn't. I mean, I had another experience after my best friend died in my house, and it was something very slight, but I wasn't afraid.
yeah,
I wasn't afraid. And, you know, this, I was very afraid. Maybe it was because I didn't know. I don't know. But I think I'm ready to start digging now. I'm ready to start digging.
oh yeah, absolutely. But I mean,
But
I don't
anyone in
blame you
chat
for
have
being
any
afraid.
ideas? I mean, I
Pardon?
can't see chat. I just wondered if anyone in chat had any ideas. I can't see it, but
Yeah, nobody's commented at the minute. I was just about to ask because there are a couple of people. Frida had said she used to suffer sleep paralysis. I'm pretty sure Jules Kitch had as well, although she's lost connection at the moment. But anybody in chat who has either if you're one of those who's had sleep paralysis, have you had anything similar? Or has anybody heard of the night hag or got any theories for Lisa as to what it might be? If you could pop them in chat or come up and join us, you're more than welcome.
but
I
then
mean,
other people have
uh,
seen shadow people too.
the
They
thing
see
is, though, Lisa,
people.
it's not real. I know it's all right. People saying that it's a good sign. It's nothing to be frightened of. It's
Yeah.
not very benevolent having something sitting on you, feeling as though it's trying to get into your body, isn't it? Well, unless it's
True.
somebody of the opposite sex and you're quite willing, but you know what I mean. It's not having a hag.
Having
Oh,
an old creepy old ancient
oh,
haggard old lady feeling like she's trying to get in under your skin or something.
yeah.
Oh, it was so
Oh,
strange. I mean, the idea possession came to my mind at that age, and I don't know if that was it or something, but it
yeah.
was just the strangest thing, and I don't know to this day if it was supernatural or if it's something that happens and we don't know why. But then why do so many people see the same thing and the same person? And it's been going on for centuries, and it's just very odd that people see the same person.
I'd be
Of
interested to
different
know if people
pictures. And
have more than one experience of her, though. Are people just seeing it the once?
no, some people. I mean, this woman that was on the TV. I mean, her experience was horrendous. She
Oh,
said she'd wake up. She'd be lying on the bed, unable to move with his sleep paralysis, unable to talk, scream, and the hag would be at her bedroom door, and then she'd come nearer and nearer and nearer and nearer, and she
yeah.
couldn't move. And the moment she was able to start moving, she went.
Mm.
That's terrifying, and that happened to her many times.
Well, this is another thing here. Pork Chopper's put in, which links into what I was just saying. He said Lilith is also connected and referred to as night owl, which kind of connects to the
Oh,
fourth kind, that owl thing.
right.
What the actual F?
Yeah.
Frida's
There was
just put
a group I found on the internet, a supernatural group. but it's like, you know, as with these sort of forums, you get some batshit crazy fuckers in there. Excuse my language. Am I allowed to swear like that?
Oh yeah, you can say shit, fuck, bollocks, and anything you want to.
Oh,
I'm
that's
just laughing because that
brilliant.
cheeky bugger of mine there, Simples has just put, I've had sleep paralysis, but no hag, and he's put, this is my life on a daily basis, Simples Meerkat. So I'm hoping I'm referred to as the no hag. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm starting to see a hag in the mirror lately. Jesus.
That's what I said. The only time I say the night hag is when I look in the mirror. Oh no, he's put, I've had hags, but no sleep paralysis. Excuse me, would you like to rephrase that, please? I'm hoping you're talking in the past tense. Frida has just put, Lisa, never seen anything but felt like there were things running over the bed, kept poking and poking me, but can't wake up, can't move, and can't scream. That was
Yeah,
Frida.
that's what I mean.
Oh, we've got Simples. Are you up, Simplies?
I've actually found my way in.
Why, yeah.
My God, it was right down the bottom. Can you hear me, mother?
Oh gosh, sorry. I just need to apologise. I'm sorry, I've obviously read them wrong. Apologies to Porkchop. Oh gosh, I'm always doing this. He keeps having to pull me up on me reading things wrongly. Anywho, welcome up, Miss. I've popped me cherry Simples Meerkat.
Oh, lovies.
Is this your first time up on live, Simples?
Can you hear us?
Oh, there's a delay like your phone in Australia.
Oh. Lisa was just asking, is it your first time up on a panel?
It is. I'm a virgin.
Oh, popped your cherry.
Are you? Have you got a story? Well, first of all, what do you think about Lisa's tale, Simples?
Well, yes, I have had quite a few, but I only get I don't get it so much now, but I think I did when I was working. I would have maybe 2 or 3 a year sleep paralysis episodes. And supposedly you get it it's more common with night shift workers.
Right.
Aye, and when you're overtired kind of thing, or if you've slept a long time and then you wake up and then maybe go back to sleep type of thing, that type of thing. I've heard about that, but I've never seen the hag. I always would wake up and I think, oh fuck, I'm here again. And I would be trying to move the duvet and trying so hard to move the duvet and think, I'm awake, and I can't move.
And had you heard about the night hag, Simples?
I heard about the hag at all. I used to have these episodes on my own, and I would think, obviously, I was the only person in the world that ever had them.
Right.
And then it was, God, I can't even remember anyone even thinking that I should Google it, because it was just something that happened to me.
Right.
So I never even bothered. And then I can't even remember where I heard about looking it up. And I'm thinking, I'm supposed to see a hag when this happens, and I don't.
Yeah.
But I wonder what makes
it doesn't happen to everyone. I mean, some people, like I said, I've had 2 sleep paralysis episodes, and the first one was when I saw the hag, and the second one I didn't see anything. I was aware of the room, I could see everything in the room, but I just couldn't move, and I couldn't talk.
You're even aware of the weight of the duvet upon you, and you think, why can't I move? And it's just like, because half your brain is asleep and half your brain is awake, and it's that bit that you're just not quite managing to get to, where your brain,
it's like your body hasn't caught up with your brain,
unless you have control of your body. Yeah. But I've never seen the hag, thank God.
No,
I don't think I'd ever want to think again.
I feel like I'm shouting.
No, not at all.
That's all right then.
Not at all. You just sound normal.
I've got the volume up on my phone fully, and I didn't know if I was shouting.
No, not at all. Oh, I love your accent. It's well good.
Oh, I'm shit. I'm full of shit.
Where are you from, Simples?
What?
Where are you from?
Newcastle. Can't you
tell? I was wondering about the accent.
Why, man?
Why,
I have to get you singing. Thou shalt love the fishy on a little
dishy.
Fishy when the boat comes in.
I was thinking of the Crocodile Shoes song from those Newcastle lads.
Oh, of course, yeah, Jimmy Nail.
That was it, Jimmy Nail in what was it, Boys? I can't remember the name.
Alvita Zen.
That was it, Alvita St. Pet, yeah.
Yeah.
That was it, though. He had a face like a robber's dog, but he didn't have a good voice.
Yeah.
And Gaza. Cassie's is saying Gaza. Oh, do you know? Whenever I think of Gaza, I think of him. You remember when that nut job? What was his name? Raoul Moult, and he.
Raoul Moult, yeah.
Yeah, and he was out with a gun and what have you, camping, and Gaz rocks up with 4 cans and a fishing rod.
Well, let's go and catch some fish and maybe have some chicken as well.
I just remember watching that on the news thinking, right, there's an armed police standoff and you've rocked up with a bloody bag of cans and a fishing rod, you daft bastard.
Oh, God.
There's a lot to be said for Gaza and his complaints. I've looked after many high alcohol intake people, and I didn't get look after him. He was on the private ward. He never came to our ward.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cooper's just letting itself be known again.
Cooper. Baby.
Hey, Cooper. Hey,
and they can hear you in Newcastle. You're not shy. Be quiet.
Hello, gorgeous lad.
I'm just laughing here. Cassie says, it's Gaza, I've got chips and lager. And then his next comment is, what a twat. It was pure comedy gold, wasn't it? I know he meant the best, but honestly,
he meant well. For God's sake.
I mean, wasn't that because he'd heard he was a fan or something, hadn't he?
I know.
Oh my goodness. What an absolute mess. Anyway, you know, but so have you got any ghosty stories, Simples?
Well, we did have quite a few. Mostly they were pre-Dave. My Dave died in 2015.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It was before then. Lots of stuff happened before then. When he moved in and he was doing our fireplace and I was at work, he had experienced a woman walking through the doorway in a black crinoline dress.
Wow.
And she walked past because he was like looking at the fireplace and trying to take bricks and stuff and whatnot down. So he was looking in that, and she was like with his right eye area, and she walks from the door and through the wall behind him, and he went, "Oh my God, who's that?" And he sort of thought, oh, I've disturbed something, because you often do when you're doing renovations in your house. And he said, I know it's a mess at the minute, missus, but it's going to be lovely when it's finished. So that was like a quick bit that he saw at the time when he first moved in. I've got a few more on the ward when I worked in the ward, because we had a nurse that was the spooky nurse, Teresa, on the ward, who was a spooky nurse. Lots of things happened to Teresa. And sort of at the bottom of the ward, in the cubicles, is probably the most spooky, because that's where you have your end of life patients. And she was washing her hands. She tended to a patient, and she was washing her hands and just looked them in the mirror above where she was washing her hands, and she could see a man and a trilby at the door. And of course there was nobody there. So Teresa was our spooky nurse on the ward that I worked when I was NHS. So that was one thing that happened. When Dave was also a nurse, and he worked in a different hospital to me, and his ward backed onto another ward that had like connecting doors. And his friend from the other ward had come through the bottom doors and come to see him and talked about whatever. And then when he went back to his ward, he spoke to the nurse that he was working with, and he says, "Oh, I see that the visitor from the cubicle's gone." And she said, what are you talking about? There's been nobody in that room. Because he had obviously seen somebody when he went across.
No, I don't know how I don't know how I'd feel about that.
I know, because he said he definitely saw somebody sitting in the chair when he left the bottom of his ward and went to see Dave on the other ward. When he came back, they weren't there.
Right. I mean, if anywhere's going to be haunted, if you're ever going to see, oh God, this dog, it freaks me out. The minute I say haunted or ghost, something goes. Yes, ever anywhere you would expect there's going to be something. You'd think hospitals, because it's somewhere that people overlook, isn't it? But you know, a lot of the time that is where people are going to go to, you know, to die. So you've got your hospitals, you've got your hospices, and then of course I always think, well, fair enough, they didn't pass away there, but what about funeral homes? You know, it's yeah. I mean, and obviously, if you're living in an old house, the likelihood is, like me here, the likelihood is at least one person in the last 280 years will have passed away in this house. Exactly, you can guarantee it.
Everybody's house must have had somebody kicking the bucket somewhere along the line.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why you know, unless you're on a new build, and even then it's like, I suppose it would depend where the house, you know, what it's built on, what's been there before.
My house is like 70-year-old now, my house, and I keep thinking it's still quite recent, but you don't really gather how old you are.
Well, no, and while you've just said that, then I think the house that my auntie lives in is, I mean, it is built on what was a former dairy farm, I mean, and that was going way back. That was probably going back to like the 1500s. It was a dairy farm in that area. Now I don't know exactly which area the house itself is built on. There were people there. Now, this house was built in, I think it was the late 30s. I think it was, it was either just before or during World War II that this house was, these houses were built.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're talking what, 70, like 90 years or thereabouts. Let's say 90 years for the sake of argument. Well, I know that there are 2 people have died in that house since it was built. One of them was my granddad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's not that old. Well, it's old, compared to our ages, but it's not that old a property. So if that's in one that's been built since the Second World War, you can guarantee that anything 100 years plus,
it's going to have someone who is gone.
Yeah. And especially most of these older houses are small ones like this, the little, terrace mill worker cottages or farm worker cottages. And people couldn't afford doctors and didn't afford to go to hospitals. You gave birth in your homes and you passed away in your homes.
Mm-hmm.
So well, Cassie's just saying, I'm in a new build, so I'll be doing the haunted when I pop clogs. Give him
I have
help.
another one in my house, but I'll leave that maybe for next week.
Okay, no problem.
But I do have another one which was in the same cubicle as where Teresa saw her man when the trilby.
Right.
And I can't, it was the same cubicle, like side room. And it was a high alcohol intake patient. It was New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember going to see him to do, there's my battery going. I'll have to plug it in. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, no worries.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh!
Loud and.
So I had gone to attend to him and whatnot at sort of maybe 5:30, and I had looked at the colour of his urine, and he was obviously dying, this man. And I'd done my checks, and down at the Civic Centre in Newcastle there was fireworks going off, and you could see this out of his bedroom window. And obviously he was unconscious. But I was telling him about the fireworks. I was talking to him. And a few hours later he died. And it was near handover time, so we just thought, we're going to leave him. We settled him down. And I was handing over to the next shift, to the night shift. And then his buzzer went off in his room.
Whoa.
So I don't know. The buzzer, he was dead, and the buzzer was on the wall because we removed it from the bed. So there's a place on the wall where you clip it back into.
Yeah.
So he had gone, and I remember I was working with a nurse who eventually went to work in Australia, and I was at the handover station handing over, and she was at the end of the ward with a head round the end of the ward going, it's his fucking buzzer that's gone off. We knew it was him. Everybody knew it was him when that buzzer went off.
Did none of you want to go and check though?
That nobody would go, and I had to go. And I went in and I told him off.
Hospitals.
I told him off.
Creepy.
I said, I'm handing over.
God. You see,
I'm handing over. I need to go home.
When I moved to this village, so when did I move here? Beginning of 2013, I moved into this village here. I'd always lived in this area, but I moved here, and I had my old dog with me. And before I went to work in the morning, because he was getting on a bit, I used to just do a quick walk in the morning. So I'd go from my cottage along the little lane, down onto the canal, walk along the canal to the pub and back again. And it used to take me maybe about 20 minutes. Probably a normal person, it'd take me about 40 minutes, but I yomp a proper, I was semi-jogging. And I was walking along this particular morning, and it was really early. Well, it was quite a cold day, and as I came along, so the little lane that we go along, it drops down, so it's a much higher elevation than the canal, and you can see right down onto the towpath, and it's the opposite bank. So as I'm coming to the gate where I need to go through to drop onto the canal, I see this bright red coat, and it is a little old, you know, when little old ladies and they get that when the back starts to curve. Like my nana went the same, and her sister. So she's kind of curled, hunched over. The best way I can describe this coat is like a Red Riding Hood coat, but it wasn't a cape, but it was kind of that. It had a big hood, bit like, I would have probably guessed, I didn't see the front of it, I would have said it was like a duffel coat style of a coat, but it was red. And just the way she was walking, I thought, oh, it's an old lady, this. And she was really slow. It was kind of shuffling walk. And I was a little bit concerned, thinking, that's really, and there were no cars parked on the lane. So I'm like, where's she come from? It was really early in the morning. And she's obviously very old, because without seeing her face, just the way she was moving, I would have said she was at least in her 80s. Could have been younger, but I would have had to guess 80s plus, shuffling along at little shuffling steps. So I'm thinking, oh, well, when I catch up with her, you know, because you never know, some old people wander off, don't they, if they've got a bit of dementia. And I thought it could be anybody. I'll catch up with her in no time, because I'm semi-jogging. I came through the gate, dropped onto the canal, came through the bottom gate as I actually joined the canal towpath. Looked in the direction, because she was walking or shuffling in the same direction I was going. No sign of her. Serious. I swear to God, I will swear on my life. There's no sign of her. So I'm thinking, Miss Logical here. Right. Well, maybe she's just sped up. But I'm talking, what, at least 400 yards before the canal bank then bends.
Little old ladies don't move that fast.
No. So I am at this point thinking, she's fallen in the fucking canal. Because I'm looking through the hedges, thinking, has she leant against the hedges and she's gone through in the field? No, she hasn't. God. She's fallen in the canal. I'm looking around. Nobody's around. I can't see the coat. And I thought, well, I can't just jump in the canal and hope I find her, because it's like sub-zero temperatures and I'll probably die. So I literally jogged up I wasn't even jogging, I was flying, ran up the canal towpath till I got to the Canal and Fisheries offices, because I knew at that time in the morning the fellas would have just arrived there. And I'm straight up, and as I'm going past all the moored boats, because the people with permanent moorings, some are getting up, and I'm like, as a woman in a red coat walked past, no, why, never mind, wind it up, gets to the guys, and I'm saying, I think someone's fell in the canal. And they're like, well, did you see him go in? I went, well, no. And I'm trying to explain and sounding like an absolute babbling idiot while I'm doing it. So this couple of guys came back, and they had a big pole, you know, with a hook on the end that they can drag through the water, because it's not that deep at that point. And they're going, well, where did she fall in? I went, I don't know. I said, I was here and I was up there, and they're like, well, she could have turned around and walked in the other direction. I said, no, she didn't. She hasn't. You can see up there. Anyway, they looked at me like I was an idiot, and they had, like I said, this pole with a hook on, and they're dragging it through, and then they've got a chain with looked like an anchor on, but it wasn't. Throwing that to the other side, you know, dredging it, and they're pulling up bits of like old bikes and twigs and everything, and nothing.
On the end.
Yeah, in the end, they were just like, there's nobody in here, love. There really isn't. We'll give the police a ring, but and I was like, oh shit bags. So I left it. Felt like an idiot. Didn't say anything to anybody else for a few days. Then I mentioned it to somebody, and that was the end of it. About a year later, not quite a year, but it was because this had happened in the winter. This was probably coming into the autumn time, so maybe September, beginning of October. And what did I see again? Bloody red coat woman with a red coat down on the canal. Only this time I did not go down there, because I thought that now has and she wasn't looking ghosted, solid.
A little bit.
Wow.
Explain that, because that shit me up.
Just waiting.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I didn't see a face, but to me, it looked exactly like a solid. It wasn't a ghostly shape. It was somebody with some substance.
Yes. Well, I might as well tell you about the one I wasn't going to tell you about.
Go on.
Because I thought I was going to be here too long, but I'm not. So, this was like Dave had gone to work. He was a nurse at the hospital, and I was here with my first cat, called Puss, a really original name. And Puss was outside because Dave had gone to work, and it was in the summer, so it sort of like 10 o'clock, it wasn't that dark. And I decided I was watching TV for a bit when Dave had gone to work, and I came upstairs on the bed, and then like about an hour later, I was deciding I was going to sleep. So I turned the light out, and I remembered because I had a great big clock with LED numbers that told you the time. So I knew exactly what time I turned that TV off at. And I was facing the TV, which was facing the door, my bedroom door. And it was 10 o'clock. And I thought, I'll just get Puss in a bit because I was going to work the next day.
Yeah.
And then it was really weird. You just know. How do you know there's somebody on your stairs without knowing that they're there?
Just sense them, did you?
How do you know that? I can't even explain it.
Well,
And they weren't at the bottom. They weren't at the bottom of the stairs. They were in the middle of the stairs. How did I know that? And the immediate impression was, oh, it's Puss. And I thought, no, Puss is outside. And I was aware of them coming up the stairs. This thing, this entity, person.
Oh.
And then, because my eyes are shut, and then they were at my bedroom door. And I knew they were there. And then they started to come into the bedroom, and I'm lying facing them. And they walked round the bed to the back, like to my back. And I thought, my God, this person has got into my house, and I'm going to be murdered in my bed.
Oh my God.
And I trying not to panic with my eyes shut, thinking this person has come into my house. How have they come into my house? And you know when it's racing through your head. The back door's shut, back door's locked, Dave's out, Puss is out, the front door's shut. All this is going through my head. And then they sat down in my bed behind us.
Oh God.
So that's against my back. I presume, their hip rubbed up against my buttocks because I was on my side. And I nearly shit myself. I don't know how I didn't. And the feeling that I had was when I can only describe it as when I was 17, I had an injection in my buttocks, an anti-sickness, like anti-medic went in my buttocks, and they said, wiggle your toes and it'll go down from the buttocks all down the legs. And it was that kind of feeling, tingly feeling. Total tingles when this person sat down and rubbed their, just because it wasn't like sexual, it was just because I had sat on the bed, and I thought, my God, I'm gonna be murdered in my bed.
Did you not scream?
No, no. It was just me trying to be, I don't know, trying to be asleep and unassuming that this was actually happening.
Oh my God.
I don't know how that actually kept me cool like that. And I coughed, so they would know I wasn't asleep. As I was asleep, I was trying to say I was asleep, and they coughed back.
Oh.
So I know. And then I thought, it was like in my head, it was a big person. It was a big person that sat on the mattress to make it go down like that. And I thought of my brother. My brother, it was his birthday. He would have been 72 yesterday.
Oh, wow.
And it's really apt that I'm telling his story today, because I think
Isn't
it was
it?
him.
Well,
He lived in New Zealand for half his life. He lived in Wellington. And I thought, Eddie, I was in my head, Eddie, if this is you, you were scaring the fucking shit out of me. Can you just go? And it was, like you rewind a video.
yeah.
It was just like it did. This person, whoever it was, didn't turn around and go. It was just like the whole thing rewinded, and it disappeared halfway down the stairs.
Bloody.
And then that was it. It was away, and I was up. I had the lights on, every light in the house. I was down with a knife in my hand from the kitchen drawer, looking at all the doors and windows, and there was nothing. So I'm sure that was my brother.
My God.
But you he had scared us.
Yeah. And probably that's why.
I'm sorry. And
yeah.
I just retreated.
God.
So that's the most scariest thing that's ever happened to me. But it was my brother, so I forgive him.
Yeah. Well,
and it was his birthday yesterday, bless him.
Oh, happy birthday. Did you say his name was John?
Eddie.
Oh, I did. Why did I say John then?
I don't know.
I've just got John.
He's got Claudia's mother.
I probably can you hear me, mother? I probably have.
Enough. I love her.
I could have sworn
God,
you
I
just
love
said...
that fucking accent. She's just so brilliant.
Were you in on, was it Boxing Day night and we were trying to get her up on panel?
No, I probably wasn't. I don't think I was.
Laugh. We couldn't get, she wanted a story.
She's such the cutest laugh.
I love
John. A little bit like Muttley. But, oh my God, she's just mental. I love her a bit.
I was going to say, I can't talk about Muttley. That night when everything went south in
I missed that. Why did I miss that?
God, did you listen to it on replay?
No, I haven't.
Oh, simple as you want to, because it just started off and it went worse. And it was just a little throwaway comment that I was talking about being in a sauna in Norway with a naked woman who, and I made a throwaway comment without realising that somebody might not have known what it meant, which was green eyes, and then that was it. I haven't laughed like that in forever. I can't even tell you. I was in pain. So it's quite funny. But the night Jem was trying to come up and she couldn't get connected, she kept coming up. She's going, "Can you hear me?" And then she'd get cut off. So we were howling laughing. And when she finally came up after about half an hour of trying, and she said, "Right, I just wanted to tell you this story," and it was like just a 2-second story, and it was a good story.
It was like round the house a story.
No, and however, so she said this good story, and I just went, "So we've waited all that for that fucking shit." Just joking while she's screaming, laughing at the. But I do. I think she's great, and I love the videos she does showing her little travels.
Oh.
Did you watch the one of her a trip to the Wood Plumpton Witch?
Yes, I did. With the little doggies in the graveyard.
Was that made me laugh when I did?
That's interesting, that one.
It was.
Peed on the grave.
And that made me laugh on a gravestone.
Let's just have a wee here. Let's just embarrass our mummy.
Well, here, ladies, not that I want to scare you much, but there has been a link dropped in chat for you for when you go back later. Pork Chop has dropped a article from the New York Times in, and it is a link to a 1999 article in the New York Times that's related to sleep paralysis or alien abduction.
Ooh.
The actual article says alien abduction, science calls it sleep paralysis. You might have been up with the little green men, guys.
I have heard that before. I have heard of that before, but this didn't feel like that for me, you know.
No, me neither.
But it could have been. It could have been. It could have been. You know, who knows? You know.
Well,
I mean, I'm not going to know what an alien looks like.
well, I don't. Although I must admit, Simples, you frightened me the other. You know, when I was on about that shadow I saw in my corner.
Oh yeah.
And then I happened to glance at flipping chat, and you're going, it was a grey aliens. It was a grey.
Definitely the cloth was small.
Yeah, but do they come in folks' houses?
They do. Of course they do. I know. Well,
Go on.
I know a few people. I knew a little bloke, a man in Florida who's quite accustomed with aliens. But could see he's totally round the bend, but am I totally round the bend as well?
Have you seen one?
No. I've seen ghosts.
Yeah.
I saw a spirit. But you could say, well, you were half asleep for that. And I woke up and I knew where to look. I looked behind her straight away, and there's a white thing was standing there, and it shot up and it was above itself, and then as if it went out the top window.
Oh.
And shot up and to the side and then out of the window. And I thought, oh, that was a ghost.
See, I've not. Yeah, I'll sometimes catch. Well, I used to in the farm we lived at, because that was haunted as shit. I was gutted when I had to leave it. However, I wasn't gutted to leave the house, if you get me, because there were that many. Yeah. Well, you were in that night, weren't you? I think you both, when I was telling.
Oh, here's Titty. Here's Titty. Hi.
Hello, Puddy. Pretty Puddy.
Now.
Oh, bless. But yeah, I wasn't sad to leave that house just because of the things that were happening in it. Now, I wasn't seeing them. The only one I saw, which you guys might remember when we discussed it on BAMS, and I said about my friend getting, we were walking in the upstairs while we were having it renovated, and I saw her face, her head flew back as though she'd got whiplash. And when she turned around to face me, her nose was bursted. And she was just, I mean, she was white as a ghost herself, with blood gushing out of her nose. And she went, something's just fucking hit me. And the instinct was to go, no, you've walked into something. But the builders were up there and they'd literally cleared. So the bit we were walking on, there was nothing there. And we were carrying a piece of wood between us. So she didn't do it with her own hands, because she had both her hands on this piece. It was like a big beam we were carrying down. And she had both her hands on the front. Now, nothing like that happened to me, but then she also saw a hooded figure. Now, I know that the farmhouse, I mean, that was 1503, I think it was, that the main house was built. But prior to that, it had been an abbey, you know, the grounds of an abbey going back to the 12th century. So, you know, and we had a medium come in who did say that there was a monk walking on those upstairs floors. I never saw it, but my friend, before we knew this, had said, I've just seen something with a hood over it, pulled over its head, scuttle across that main room there. And I was like, me arse. So, but it puts thoughts in your head. So I was quite glad, respect, to leave it. But I didn't feel right there. I felt uncomfortable all the time, like something was behind me.
I've never felt uncomfortable in my house at all.
No.
Even after Dave died, and I used to have a chair in the corner of the bedroom where he would put his clothes. and I was watching TV. It was a couple of weeks after he died. I was watching TV, and I just saw something crawling over the top of the chair. I don't even know if my clothes were on the chair. It was just the chair. And can you hear me properly?
Yeah. I'm just listening intently.
It's just like this sort of noise that's going on. And it was a butterfly climbed over the top of the chair that I saw. It was like the black and orange one. I can't remember what they are called.
Oh, is it an admiral?
Lady, admiral or whatever. It was that, and it climbed over the top and sat there, and then it went back again. And obviously, it wasn't there.
Weird.
And it was a few weeks later. I was lying on the bed. This is completely awake. I wasn't anywhere near sleep. I was lying on the bed watching TV again, and facing, because the TV is like facing me, so the door is facing me as well.
Yeah.
And I saw in the hallway something fly down. It looked like a bat. It fly down and fly up as if it had landed on the inside of the hallway, above the doorway.
Right.
And I thought, shit, the cats are going to go mental. There's a bat in my house. It just shocked us because they were on the bed. And I thought they're going to go apeshit if they see, because it just looked like a bat. And I flew up, shut the door. And they were like going, what are you doing, mother? And then when I opened the door, there was nothing there.
What do you think it was?
Don't know. No idea. Because I was watching the TV, I was distracted. I wasn't even thinking about them. And it was total bat-like.
See, I don't know. I'd have to. You see, the person who usually is good at coming up with answers to what things like this are is Lady Witch, isn't it?
Mm.
She's really good, and she'll say, "Oh, that'll be this," because she's convinced it's like furry folk in my house just being mischievous. But I'm not so sure. I think with my EpiPen vanishing last week, that worried me, because that's not mischievous, is it?
I didn't know that.
Oh, did you not?
I didn't know it disappeared.
Yeah, well, when I got,
that's why you had to end up at the hospital.
Yeah, I went to exactly where I always keep my EpiPen, and it wasn't there. And I went, and I thought afterwards, when I found it where it should have been, which is where I went to look for it, I thought, in my panic, you rationalise. I was thinking, I bet in my panic I've just not seen it.
And no, you don't see it, aye.
And that's why I was straight, in the car, and went like a bat out of hell through red lights and speed cameras to get to the hospital, because I thought, I could feel my throat going.
And exactly.
And the wasp, it didn't just sting me once on it, on my foot. I felt
because it bounced around. Aye.
Yeah, it was about 3 or 4 stings.
Yeah.
Little shit. Still never found it, little black and orange bastard. But it was only when we did the live that night and somebody mentioned the growl and things going missing, and I went, what? I've just thought now, my flipping EpiPen. Because about an hour after I got home, and obviously I was in for a couple of hours in the hospital, came home, made myself a cup of tea, trying to calm me, because the adrenaline's still going, isn't it? And obviously the epinephrine shot, and I was feeling a little bit wobbly, and then I thought, oh, there's my EpiPen. So
completely in an obvious place.
Yeah. But exactly the same thing that happened with my tarot cards and my runestones in the bag. Been looking for them for weeks, and the day after that growl happened on the live, I went into the spare room, and they're sitting on the end of the bed. was the bag. They hadn't been there because the only things on that bed were all the presents that had either wrapped or were waiting to be wrapped. That was it.
Oh God.
So that's why I'm not convinced it's furry folk. I just think that it's something, you know, like with the Enfield Poltergeist we've just been talking about.
More nefarious. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like little fires started. You know, it's all right saying little fires were breaking out all over the house, vanishing as soon as they'd, you know, as quickly as they'd appeared. But that's, to me, that's some malevolent. Yeah, I can never say that. Malevolent. It's like trying to say linoleum.
Millennium.
Yeah, just
millennium. As Victoria would say. Millennium.
Lillian. Well, that was a joke with Billy Connolly.
The millennium.
I remember Billy Connolly made a joke about that, didn't he? About the place that they make all the lino up in Scotland, and he said, and people would go in, and you can't say the word, and you'd go, "What would you like, sir?" "I like a roll of linoleum." And they go, "Well, a roll of linoleum. What do you want?" "Oh, fuck it, I'll just have some carpet." And that's. But look at all the panelists on here. Oh, it's Paul. Hi, Paul.
There's lots of people coming up.
No, it's just it's just us three. But Paul has come in, so he's I caught him this time because he's got Paulie DM. So he's put, look at all the panelists on here, and he's given us the peace sign. Nice to see you with your wrench. Oh God, people keep laughing at me giving all these wrenches out.
It's
French City here.
It is. Well, the thing is, I think it's, you've got to have a quirk on your channel, haven't you? And mine is that everybody who comes in gets one. Yeah. Okay, I can't have anything like extravagant or intelligent. It's just, I'm known for giving every fucker a wrench who comes in and spends at least an hour in the chat. The thing is, though, I don't mind doing that because I know if I've gone into, you know, when I very, very first started, and I'm going back over a year, listening in on lives and things, I never wanted to comment on, not in like true crime or anything, but other, you know, other channels on maybe dog training or horse riding or something. And you'd see all these wrenches, and I'd be scared of ants because I used to think they all know each other.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows each other. They've obviously got these wrenches because they've been there forever. So it used to
be there since the year dot. Aye.
Yeah. So it used to put me off commenting and what have you. And then I thought, well, at least this way, everybody's just equal, aren't they? They can all come in, and then nobody will feel frightened about saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, if any of us fall out, we can't block each other. That's another good point, isn't it?
I haven't got a clue what to do with my wrench, so
hit people with it. You hit people.
I'm just normally listening in the dark with me.
It's just a little bit of power.
Oh, I know, but I've made up. You've come up though, both of you.
Oh, it's been nice to come up.
I was very nervous.
Oh, were you?
Of course I was.
Oh, I must admit though, the very first time I ever went on a panel was on bands. You know, she's like, "Kissy, do you want to come up?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then I was like, "Shit." You forget, don't you, because you're not watching the chat.
I know.
It's like being on the phone.
To you.
Yeah.
I've got no idea what other people are saying about this.
Yeah, nobody's saying anything, but they're doing great.
With the mouth of marbles.
Oh gosh, Freedom. What? I've got a mouth of marbles. Have I?
I spoke to
some
American people years ago, and they said British people sound like they speak with a load of marbles in the mouth.
Oh, do we?
And they were from sort of Utah area.
All right, okay. Well, maybe we do.
Officially, that's what we sound like.
So we all sound like we've got a gob full of marbles, righty-ho.
What have you got to say about that clown? He sort of to the east of Utah, isn't he?
You know what? My knowledge on geography in America is appalling. I know that New York is on the east.
I only know where people live, where, like, I know where they live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where you've looked at people where they live.
Well, I kind of think Texas is kind of near the bottom somewhere. I know New York
Texas is sort of east of Utah.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I think it's west of New York and east of California. Because they're the only Vancouver, because that's where my cousin lives, and that's about it.
In the middle, doing the bottom, that's where clown and voodoo are.
Oh, Paul's just saying he can barely hear you guys.
Oh.
Guys, listen, I'm going to jump down off the panel anyway, because my battery's running low and I'm getting cold. I want to go and put the heating on, put a coffee, but I'll be in the chat. So,
thanks so much, Lisa. Oh,
but,
thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's been quite cathartic actually to actually come up and tell my story to a load of people and not feel ridiculed.
Well, if we're doing it, well, obviously we're going to do it next week. So, Frida's sending you blowy kisses, Lisa. If we do it, because when we do part 2 next week, because obviously Green Eyes wants to come up and tell her story, and I think Jules Kitch, because she's just had a myrrh tonight, she wanted to come up and tell her story. So feel free to come up again next week, even if you just sit there doing notes. It's like being on the phone, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been really nice. It's been really nice this evening. I needed this. I really needed this. Something to pass the night away. It's been good company. Brilliant. But I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee, put the heating back on, and I'm going to go back into the chat.
No worries. Thanks so much, Lisa, for coming up, and thanks for sharing your story.
Darling. Thanks for having me. Thanks for hearing me out.
Anytime. Lots of love and kisses.
Mwah. See you on the other side.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Oh, I love it when people come
How
up.
do I get out? I'll leave.
What's that, sorry? What'd you say, Simps?
It wasn't me.
Oh, is it Lisa? Oh, she must have been saying
Not guilty. Unlike Chandler Hallison. My God, today.
I'm just seeing here, Paul's just saying, my sister had a doctor visit today and hopefully everything is all right. That's really good news, Paul. Thanks for sharing that with us. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm really glad. Mm-hmm. So, what do you think about the topics then, Simples? What do you want to see us doing?
Oh,
not for putting you on the spot.
I would say I like the sound of you and Mr. Sexy Stroke Porky doing paranormal stuff if you get an equipment.
Yeah,
I was quite excited by that.
He's got it. He's got it.
Oh, he's got it.
Mm-hmm. He's been sending off and buying it.
Not that I want to particularly hear you scream, but I can understand why you would. Because I would do the same.
I know. I've just got visions of me going into a complete blind panic and running with no idea of which direction I'm running into, and running flat into a tree and knocking myself out or something,
Run.
Yeah.
It'll make you feel better.
That'd just be me. Or the other thing would just be appalling swearing. He's going, oh, we've got a voiceover going, fucking hell.
It's the fucking hell ghost.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Paul reckons you sound
get your steps quite in anyway.
I know. Paul reckons you're quite posh.
Posh! My God.
Take it.
Watch your words out, Paul.
But the thing is, I
He's
suppose
obviously never met a Geordie in his life.
yeah, I suppose though we do sound, to us, I know I've got a northern accent.
My God, my accent is fucking shit.
Oh, hang on, what's Frida's just put something in
I
now?
don't like my accent at all.
Oh, no, Frida's just said she thought you were going to say she would like to see you and me. Well, we can't call him that anymore. We have to call him Porky now, Frida, but just call him Mr.
Mr.
Shep.
Sexy Porky.
She said she thought you were going to say you'd like to hear us sing a duo. No, I wouldn't sing. I'd scare all the cats and children in the neighbourhood, Frida. Sound like a cat that's got a bog brush up its arse. I'm under no illusions as to my my singing lack of ability. I won't even say ability.
No singing here.
I mean, I'll do it for a laugh.
When me music is really loud and I can't hear myself, that's fine.
I'll do it when like I'll sing sometimes. I don't know if you may or may not have heard, but the other day I play a lot of Wardruna. So I do sing, and I'll start off in Norwegian at the top of my voice, but a lot of these are Viking war songs, so I just sound like I'm about to kick arses somewhere. Now, some of my neighbours know, but not all of the ones that can hear me know that I'm half Norwegian. So I just think it must sound quite scary. You can hear me giving it all the rah, 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 fucking rah. So yeah, that's the type of thing I tend to sing, though, very loudly, because you don't have to have a great voice to sing it, singing Viking war songs. But yeah, I'm quite looking forward to doing some paranormal stuff, but that's going to be his thing. He's really interested in it, and he was sick because he does his gaming, as you may or may not know. So what's it called, that account that he comes in on, that's his one for his games. He does the online stuff.
He said about his daughter, yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, Lammy.
For the Switch, aye.
Yeah. So they do a lot of these online. I think it's like Daisy things. Oh God, I don't even know because I'm not into it. The kind of zombie film killing. A Mirror Man who came in before. I don't know whether he's still listening or not, but that's one of his friends from the gaming community.
Right, I saw him. Aye.
Yes, yeah. So he joined us last. God, I think it was Friday. I think for the first time, which was really nice. But I'm not into that kind of thing. So, thanks, Lisa, just saying she's got to go. Thanks so much for coming up, Lisa. Thank you. And I hope you come up again, because we really enjoyed having your story. It was great. So, yeah, please come up any other time you want to. But he was saying that because I said, if you start filming this shit, are you going to put it on your channel? He went, no, I'll set a new one up. Like, just paranormal things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Lisa's saying paranormal is what I love. Yeah, well,
paranormal stuff, alien stuff.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of alien stuff going on, and I don't believe we're the only people around.
Well, we can't be that arrogant to believe that we are the size of the universe.
No, because aliens were here before us. With the Egypt stuff going on and the alignment of the pyramids with, like, they had like little windows when it lined up with the certain times of the year.
Yeah.
That type of stuff.
Were you in last night while we were talking?
I was, but I was very quiet last night, so
no, that's
would have been Ed's birthday and stuff. I didn't feel like joining in much, so. But
no, that's absolutely fine. But I enjoyed that.
Alien stuff. I love, particularly because, like, I watch a lot of Quest, right? And Quest.
Oh, I don't know
TV channel, and when you get pilots of like years experience talking about what they've seen in the skies, that shouldn't be there.
Well, it's like,
I'm onto something, and the governments are fucking hiding it.
Well, they've only just admitted it, haven't they? Finally, like a
Whereabouts?
few months ago, was it America have finally admitted that they have got this footage of UFOs? Was it? I can't remember. Was it Donald Trump who actually authorized it to be released just before
I
he
don't
left
know.
office? Yeah, it was because
Just
everyone
when
was
you
going
know
crazy.
these men know what the sky should look like, and when
Yeah.
it doesn't, and something moves at the speed of faster than light, and you know that's shouldn't be happening.
Oh, Paul
You know
saying he
that
watched.
they're on something.
Paul is saying he watched Paranormal Activity and almost shit his pants. Well, I'll
That's
tell you.
mild. Paranormal Activity is mild.
I think I don't know that I watched that or not, but I'll tell
I've
you
seen that.
something about
It's a load of shit.
don't even know if this is UFO or not. I can't tell you what it is, right?
That kind of stuff. I wouldn't say it scares us more. I think I'm just more intrigued because it's something that everyone thinks is happening, but they can't prove it. And
Yeah.
that I think that gets us more.
Well, look at that again. You may have heard it last night while you was having a listen when we were talking about what could have moved these big blocks and things, and joking.
God, I love that.
Could it have been aliens, and could it have been And then I said, well, there was that case that was here in the northwest stroke east. I think it was Todmorden. That guy, I think he was originally a Polish guy, and he'd nipped out. They had a family wedding on the Monday, and on the Sunday, the day before, and he'd been looking forward to this wedding. I think it was his niece's wedding. They had relatives come over from abroad. They had all the family from over here. And he nipped out, and it was 3 o'clock, I think, on the Sunday afternoon. And he went to go to the corner shop and get some milk. I think it was milk and a loaf of bread.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. That was the last time he was seen.
Didn't come back.
Broad daylight, gone.
Yeah.
Days and days later, now I can't remember. I'm inclined to say 2 weeks, but it was a significant. It wasn't like 1 or 2 days. He was reported missing. He was then found in a different town. And he was found early morning, in a coal yard. The coal man had gone in. There was a big pile of coal, like a massive pile, and we're talking, I don't know, say 30-foot high pile of coal out in the coal yard. Now, you know yourself, if you try and climb up coal, it's going to be like sand, isn't it? It's going to roll down and have you. This pile of coal was perfectly intact, and at the top of the pile of coal was this guy's body. He wasn't covered in shite. He didn't have coal dust on him. He was clean shaven, so he had no hair growth. He looked like he'd been treated. He had some burns on him that looked like they had some form of a salve on these burns that they couldn't identify. And he was placed perfectly on the top of this pile of coal. Now, how did he get there? As though he'd been dropped from the sky. And probably a week or so later, one of the coppers who was called into the coal yard when this body was found, and it's well documented. If I can think on, I'll try and remember the name. Oh God, it's going to do my head in trying to remember his name. This is what happens when Porky's not around, because he hears me saying stuff and I go, oh yeah, I know what that name is. And this copper was driving along one of the roads near the moors, and all of a sudden his police car lost power. He's seen a craft in front of him, and he had a massive time jump where he doesn't know what happened. And he went public with it. I mean, the ridicule he got from the other coppers, but this was all, connected. And he swears to God that this was, this was an alien craft. And he said it's happened just after we found this guy's body. There's no explanation where he's been. If he'd been missing that length of time, because that body was not on the coal pile the evening before, and if he'd been missing and wandering around, he'd have had stubble on his face, he'd have looked dishevelled, he'd have been dehydrated, he'd have probably been a bit emaciated if he'd not eaten or drunk anything. What the fuck? Can you explain that? you know, crazy times. But yeah.
I read an alien abduction book from my side of the bed, and it's the wife writing about the husband's abduction, and some of her kids' abductions as well. It's in the US. I can't remember the name of the author. That was a couple of years ago that I read that, and that was really good.
Well, if any of these that you remember, stick them in. You know, when I've closed this live down like I do, I'll go back into the comments and just put something in.
I can't remember her name. No.
But yeah, I like talking about stuff like this. Maybe we should have an alien night.
Alien, pyramids, paranormal.
Yeah. Well, it's what people enjoy, and I think that's shown by the, you know, I know I don't get a lot of watchers at any one time, which I'm happy with because I can answer if it's just a little small group. Not that I'm saying people aren't welcome.
It's more intimate, isn't it? So if you want your question answered, it's going to be answered really.
Well, that's it. Yeah, you know that you're going to eventually be. I mean,
you're going to get an answer from someone.
Yeah, and I am shit because I find it quite. I struggle to multitask because I'm trying to talk and then I forget to watch the chat and then I forget to drop the link. But you know, I mean, I'm new at it. I suppose it'll get easier. But I just think I remember on New Year's Eve because I think there were about 30 people in the chat, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't handle it because I couldn't. And I was like, shit, I'm having a meltdown.
Shit, I don't have enough fingers.
Yeah. Well, it's exactly that.
To keep up.
So I'm quite happy with it. You know, I know some people want big channels and they want to grow that, and I'm not. I'm quite happy with this being the size that it is.
Small channels is the new big channel.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, and hopefully I'm not going to step on anybody's toes with the things I'm covering because
exactly.
You know, it's because I don't want to do that. You know, every channel. Oh, thank you,
not
Paul.
the intention.
Paul's just said you're very good. Kiss my ass. Thank you, Paul. That's really kind of you. But I just like I love history. That's my thing. Is history. I am interested in true crime, but it's not my thing. Do you know what I mean? I like other people doing it, but it's not something I would do personally.
I'm probably more true crime than history. But because you've been doing the Vikings and obviously being in Newcastle, I should know a fucking lot more about the Vikings than I do. And you've taught me quite a bit.
Oh, thank you.
I've totally enjoyed being in the chat and whatnot. And your lives have been fantastic.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. I never intended to do it, did I? You know, it's Frida's got it right. That it's quality, not quantity. Absolutely is. Because I like that I know virtually where all of you are from, and little bits. I mean, we all don't know everything about each other, but that I know little bits about you all, and what you like and what you don't like, and you know, little bits of like. We were talking about some people crafting last night. I didn't realise that Green Eyes makes mini photo albums, you know, things like that. And Jo Mardre was talking about her skills, and our new friend Kathy, who started coming in, she's into crafting. I think Frida is as well, aren't you, Frida? I think. I'm pretty sure Frida was as well.
And I crochet and knit as well.
I don't crochet. I can knit.
If you didn't know.
No, I didn't know that, but I can. I can knit, but I can't crochet. I don't know why.
I just do YouTube crochet. If I can follow a pattern, I couldn't follow a written one.
Yeah.
But I could do. Obviously, I can follow somebody on a video. That's how I taught myself.
Yeah.
Crochet.
Well,
so I do doggy blankets for the shelter. and then I knit things for humans.
Oh, what you were making? Weren't you making stuff about your grandchild?
Oh yes, my grandsons. I knit for Bam's grandson. And I do doggy blankets for the shelter. That's just down the road.
Oh, I've obviously got it right. Frida's just saying couldn't sew or craft to save my life. I've obviously got that one wrong then. Hey, what's Mimi said? I'm from New Zealand but lived in Australia 27 years. Wow. I've never been to New Zealand and I wished I had. I've been to Australia.
I would love to. We never got the chance to go and see Eddie. He lived in Wellington.
Wow.
And would have gone, but we didn't get the chance.
Well, I messed up because I went to Australia and I went twice, and both times I should have made that trip to New Zealand and didn't. And went to
quite
Thailand.
close, isn't it?
It is, and I should have gone because the likelihood is I'm probably never gonna.
You wouldn't have gone that far again.
No, probably not. I did it when I was doing the whole backpacking, being a dickhead with my mate, and we hadn't watched Wolf Creek, so we weren't thinking about.
God.
No, we were hitchhiking. And at one point, like this, we didn't have a bleeding clue. We got in with these. There was a beach party. We met up with this gang of Dutch lads. We didn't know them from Adam. We got shit-faced with these Dutch lads on the beach. And the next morning, they were like, well, we're going like up to the north. You want to come with us? We're like, yeah. We all chipped in and bought a shitty old banger of a camper van that was going to drive us up to... Do you know what I mean? Bloody crazy.
Exactly.
We wouldn't do that now.
Let's just hitch a ride with these mass murderers.
I know. And the thing is, they were like, we were two young girls with 4 strange blokes who we didn't know. And, luckily, they never tried anything on.
Luckily they were good blokes.
yeah, very luckily. I mean, we both had boyfriends back at home. We were out looking for a bit of a holiday romance, but it was the fact that they didn't, they didn't try anything ever.
Jesus.
But good grief. But yeah, Mimi's like, oh my God, hitching in Australia. No, back then, no.
God.
Crazy, isn't it? But you've got, at the age of 18, 19, 20, you've got absolutely no
You've got
sense.
no fear.
No. You don't think
I've got more fear now than I ever had when I was at school. I'm 56 now.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Simples.
I've got nowhere.
I've got very complacent living where I live.
I might get to the lakes this year because the 888 is starting again. It was off last year. It was all dodged last year with COVID. So
I missed that. Sorry, what's
the bus?
Oh, all right, okay.
Aye, the bus across to the Keswick. So I might actually get there this year.
I love Keswick. Well, that's my area for work. I love
it.
It's Cumbria.
I could just sit there all day on Derwent, on the lake shore. Just sit there all day and look at it.
When you're ready for going, give me a shout and I'll tell you where to go, where I've done one of my projects and we restored all the riverbank on the Derwent that had been destroyed in 2009 with the flooding.
I could just sit there all day and look at it.
Well, we've we planted all like blackthorn and willow and what have you, just to secure the banks to stop them eroding anymore. Yeah. And I love doing that, but obviously since COVID, I don't go out like that anymore. But yeah, Cumbria is my patch, even though I live in Lancashire. That's where I did the majority of my work. Love the Lake District. But I like the northeast where you are. It's a lovely
the coast is really pretty. Like you got the Priory at Tynemouth.
Yeah.
Whitley Bay is a load of shit, but it's a pretty coast.
Now my friends
St Mary's Island.
Well, friends of mine love Whitley Bay, and they want to go and live there. They want to sell up here and live there.
Oh, your house will rot.
Oh,
The house will rot at the coast.
I think at the moment they go and stay at
It'll puff to pieces.
there's friends of theirs have a caravan there that they let them have occasionally, and I think they've just enjoyed it. And I said,
Up
well,
the coast, there's some caravan sites, isn't there?
yeah, and you know, they say no, and it's great to get to the beach for the dogs. And I said, yeah, but it's different going somewhere for a holiday than living there. You know, maybe have you not thought of possibly renting somewhere for 3 to 6 months just to see if you like it?
Just to see if you like it. Yeah.
You know, I said rent your own house out here that'll pay for itself. Oh, Mimi said, I love England, not ever been, but want to, fascinated by all the history and architecture. Well, if you are, Mimi, you might, if you're ever bored, love, the last couple of weeks we've been doing about the Vikings in this country, and because I'm a bit of a history geek. So I'm trying to mix it up a bit. I'm trying not to stick to history because not everybody is into it like me. So we're doing little bits of paranormal, and then we're going to do some like Simples is just saying, then stuff about aliens and strange architectural anomalies that nobody can explain, and things about the pyramids, because we had a good chat last night about that. Very random, but I really enjoyed that, because Sheila and Green Eyes are really into it, aren't they, Simples? And they know the stuff.
Me too.
Yeah, and you now as well. And Porky knows.
I was just very quiet at that point.
No, that's fine. I mean, I found that a lot of people, when I look at the numbers and you get people in chat, and then I think, well, there's probably 2, maybe sometimes 3 times as many people watching. But I don't mind that, because, you know, I used to do it. I'd lurk on lives and just listen in, because, you know, you've got nothing to say. Sometimes you just like to have a listen. And like that chap who I know from Twitter, he said himself he doesn't want to join the chat. He just likes to listen.
Yeah.
You know, and that's fine. What's Paul said? Oh, I used to hitchhike to Boulder, Colorado to get pot. I was very young and stupid. Boulder, Colorado. So I'm presuming, do you live in Colorado, Paul? It's like it's turned into the black hole, hasn't it, Colorado, with all the crime?
He is from there, isn't he? Him.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
He is, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's just there's certain areas now around the world that seem to become like crime and murder hotspots, and it's like we're just in the water, because
Colorado, Wisconsin.
Oh, he lives in Denver, Colorado. Yeah, and Wisconsin. Yeah.
Right.
No, it's very, very strange. I mean, the other thing I like as well is, do you ever listen to the disappearances, the missing 411?
Oh, yes.
Oh, David Paulides, I love his stuff. Love his stuff. Because I was saying a couple of weeks ago, I got into a chat with him on Twitter. I follow him on there, and he'd been talking about some missing people, and the circumstances were very similar. Do you remember Corrie McKeague, the RAF serviceman who went missing here?
No.
It's only, was it about 2 or 3 years ago?
Oh,
he
no.
was coming home from a night out, and they've got him on CCTV. He was a bit pissed. He come out of the pub, wandered down this little Ginnell into a dead-end courtyard, and vanished into thin air, and he's never been seen since.
No.
And this was some of the cases that David Paulides was talking about. You know, about people associated with alcohol, but then they just vanish, gone without a trace. And I mentioned this to him, and I said, you know, is there any chance, you know, if you get a minute to look into this case, because there's a lot of similarities with the ones that you're discussing. And he gave me like a couple of thumbs up for it, but that was the last I heard. But I mean, there's thousands of people missing in America. You know, he's got his own country to sort out first, hasn't he?
Because there's just that many people just disappear.
Yeah.
In fuck knows where.
I know. And it's all these national parks, isn't it?
It's just like the walk into another dimension.
Well, and again,
whatever doors are there.
Well, there was that. There was the case I mentioned, wasn't there, with what is it? One of the park rangers on one of the national parks in America, just walking along a track, and he said there's this shimmering. It was like the whole of in front of him was like a shimmering sheet, and
like
as he
in
put
Stargate.
he put his hand forward, and his hand vanished in it. And it was only because he said he happened to be looking ahead. He could have been looking at something else and walked straight into it and not realised. And he said and he said he just backed away, turned around and went back the way he come from. And he said, this be what's happening to these people. These I don't know.
People are going missing.
Yeah, doorways into another dimension, another universe. You don't know, do you?
You don't. It's just the mysteries of the world.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Oh, Mimi saying, is anyone from Oz in here? Green Eyes is from Oz. Suzanne is originally from Oz, but isn't there anymore. She was in having a listen and a lurk. Kai Bealey is from Oz. Do you know anybody else who's from Australia in here? I mean, Kai Bealey was in earlier. I don't know. I'm sure there are, Mimi. And like I said, next time you come in, you'll have a wrench. I'll wrench you up. You'll be part of the Blue Crew, which isn't such. It's not really a select group anymore, is it? But you go in someone's chat and you get dead excited when you get a wrench, and in here it's just like a matter of course, isn't it?
I've got one and I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, well, do you know? I don't know, Paul. I've not seen Preach for a while. In fact, I haven't seen Preach in my chat. Now, whether she knows I'm doing chats or not, because she used to come and comment on my horse videos. But no, I've not seen like Preach and Outback. I don't think they. I don't know if either of them are sub to me, to be honest. Just used to see them around in chats. I think most of the people in mine, it's probably mainly UK, I would say. Or no, I don't know, maybe 50-50 split with America. I really don't know. I've never thought to work out the demographics. However, there is a way of doing it, isn't there? On the via the creators studio thing. I think you can have a look where your demographics are. But I'm pretty sure the majority of mine are showing as UK. Then it would be like America, Canada, and what have you, and then Australia, New Zealand. But I'm not that intelligent that I go on and start going through all the. I'm going to say it's not that I'm not intelligent; just can't be asked. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're like I said then, Mimi. There's Suzanne. 3 Flicks 3. She's Australian, but not in Australia. But yeah, I like hearing where people are from, and you know, all the different. Because I made the assumption. Well, I've done it on more than one occasion about where people are from, and I've had a total shock. Just the same as a lot of people expected Green Eyes to have an Aussie accent.
I know. I was told. How long has Green Eyes been in Australia?
It's about 20 years, is it? Something like that?
20 years, and she doesn't sound as if she ever has lived there.
No. You can take the girl out of Oldham.
At that when I heard her the other night.
I know. That's it. You can take the girl out of Oldham, but you can't take Oldham out of the girl.
I mean, you could hear my brother still had a bit of a Geordie twang, but you could tell he was from Wellington.
Yeah.
And just listening to Green Eyes the other night, you wouldn't think she'd have ever been anywhere near fucking Australia. No.
But you see, that was hang on a minute. So Suzanne's saying, born in Leeds, raised at UK, raised in Australia, now in Oklahoma. You get around, my love, you really do. Mm-hmm. But you see, I've got a friend I went to school with now. He married an American girl. They met when he was on holiday. He met her. They got married. They moved over here, or rather, she moved over here. And then when the little girl was, I can't remember how old Kaylee was, she was probably about 8 or 9, they went back to America and they settled in Washington State, Olympia, which is near Seattle. Now, he'd only been over there probably 5 years, and he rang, because he used to ring up, hiya, how you doing, blah, blah, blah. And he just sounded yank on the phone, and I'm like, hang on a minute, where's your accent? Now, he wasn't aware of it, and he said, I still sound 100% Northern English to all the Americans over here. I said, well, you don't. You don't. You sound like you've got a real... Now, probably it was because he had a Wigan accent, but it was a drawly American accent. It was kind of what I would imagine some cowboys having, a drawly. So it's part of his English accent mixed with American. But yeah, just sounded totally American to me. But apparently he didn't sound like that to his colleagues over there.
There's a girl I went to school with in the high school, and she lives in Canada, and I would love to know what she sounds like, but we'll keep in touch on Facebook. But I've never actually heard what she sounds like now. And she had a really posh accent, so I'd love to hear what she sounds like, but we haven't got round to it just yet.
Yeah, not everybody. Some people soak accents up. I tend to be like that a little bit. I don't know why. Now, whether it's because I'm a bit of a lost case because my own accent went as a child, because when we came down from Scotland...
You were Scottish, aye.
Oh, yeah, thick. And it was... I mean, kids are cruel, aren't they? Anybody different. We're only at little school. And we were getting picked on. So my family, they paid for me and my sister to have elocution lessons to get rid of the Scottish accent. And I can't remember who was up on panel and was saying, oh, I can tell that you've had elocution lessons because of how you enunciate. And I said, oh, I just think I sound northern and common. But whether it's because my born accent was kind of trained out of me, I do find that if I'm in a particular area, I notice I'm not doing it consciously, but I start taking on certain ways of speaking. Like if I was in Newcastle for any length of time, I would probably start
talking like me.
Yeah. I probably would, and it's not because I'm trying to do it on purpose. It's just something I think, having had my Scottish accent basically battered out of me.
There's no Scottish left in you at all.
No.
I can hear it.
No. The funny thing is, though, if I'm typing, I type Scottish. I type because in my head, I'm still talking in my head like my dad is. So instead of saying those, I'll say they. If I'll say, instead of saying those cars, I'll go, they cars out the front. I'll say things like that, and I'll say a lot of Eyes and Ken, and because in my head, that's how I'm speaking, but I'm not. It's, very fucked up. How to mess a child up in 3 easy sessions, give him elocution lessons. But let me have a look, just see if I've missed anything in the... Again, I'm not watching the chat, and I know you can't see it, can you?
I can't see it.
Frida's put for me. We have a programme here called New Life Down Under about people emigrating to Australia and New Zealand. Oh, I've not watched that. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, is Paul having Guinness, Frida? Oh, Paul, I'm going to enjoy a Guinness tonight after all the family drama. Oh, and Cassius is back. He's just caught up. Did you have a nice visit with your friends, Cassius? But I think that's probably the way I'll do things in here in the future. I'll mix it up a little bit. I'll do a little bit of history, and then I'll Cassie just said no one knows who Ken is. I know. I ken, you can, I know. What's that? There's a phrase, isn't there? And it's I ken, you can, I ken, you can. My dad says it to piss me off, and I can never remember it. Never remember it. But yeah, I think I'll probably do that and just keep mixing it up. I might do a night of Vikings or history or what have you, and then I'll do a night of the old paranormal, and then I might do a night on the Vikings. just so that
Anything weird?
yeah,
Anything just testing the boundaries of what people think they know is what I'm into, because I just love that type of stuff.
Yeah, and like that conversation last night, I don't know. I know little bits, when they mentioned those giant spheres, the big stone spheres. Obviously,
I'm gonna have to look those up because I have never heard of them.
Yeah, they're weird. It's absolutely crazy. And there's like the crystal skulls. So I've read about them, but not enough to know a lot about them, if you see what I mean. So I was learning all sorts last night. And that's did you see that thing about the London axe that Porkchop put in the chat?
The what?
The London axe.
No.
Basically, it's a wooden handled iron axe. Sure, it was iron. And it's been found.
Oh, the wood was old.
Yeah, it was found inside a rock that's 400 million years old, but yet the axe is only 700 years old. And it's like, how did we get there? So we got into whole, time travel we got onto then. So it was, Oh, Cassis, that's interesting, the pyramids and aliens. It is. And with especially with the Eric Van Daniken books, if anyone hasn't read those, I think there's a couple of his documentaries on YouTube, well worth having a watch, because the perspective he puts onto ancient civilizations and architecture and alien interventions, it's amazing. It really is.
Because remember on BAMS when she was talking about Query, the spaceship thing that was in the Antarctic, the Arctic.
Yeah.
There was a program again on Quest that had seen, and it was underwater, and it was as if some big craft had skidded across the ocean floor, and you could see that like a landing patch kind of thing. And then there was a circular big thing, which wasn't an actual spaceship or anything, but it was something circular, big, had landed, and it was like a skimmed off bit of the rock.
Wow.
Perfectly circular. So it was like something had landed, as if something had landed and then stopped.
Yeah, skidded into a stop.
Yeah, skidded, basically.
And
they didn't know what it was.
Do you know what? I don't believe they don't know what it is. I think they do know what they are.
Yeah, I don't believe they don't know what it is either.
How can you not know?
Lots of people who won't tell you. It's being withheld.
Yeah. Well, and just going back to what we said before with when I was saying about they finally released that the American Air Force are confirmed, or the American Army, confirmed that yes, we have got footage,
we
and
know what it is, but
space.
We're not going to tell.
Yeah. And they finally admitted after all these years, deny. So I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't believe if they found that thing that Bam mentioned, the one in Antarctica, if they've made that, what did she say, that it was now a no-fly zone over it or something? Yeah. Why? Because they got people there who were investigating it, and they're not going to tell us what it is, because, is it because it'll scare the shit out of people? Probably. I don't know. And then you'd have oh, hang on, what's that? Paul's just said I would never be able to tell what accent was from. They all sound great to me. Oh, everybody likes the English accents, don't they?
Oh God, who'd like a fucking Geordie accent?
I tell you what, you wouldn't be saying that, Paul.
Nobody likes my accent.
Oh, I do. I've always liked the Geordie accent.
Oh no.
No, honestly, I do. Well, friends of mine used to live, I don't know, well, they've moved abroad now, but they come from Ponteland.
Oh, my friends live in Ponteland.
Yeah. So I've had many a good night out. It was their fault. Remember when we were talking about Newcastle Brown? and I drank all the bottles of Newcastle Brown and I don't remember all. I know I got told
You wouldn't.
I am lifted out of the pub. I just got pissed my ass down and passed.
Lemonade I can do, but I couldn't do Nuki Brown by itself.
Yeah, but it was just one of those. I was just young and stupid going, I'm in Newcastle, I've got to drink the brown. Yeah, bad Ed. I do remember how sick I was the next day, though. And the second time I went up, again, I was like, right, I'll have a couple of bottles of Nuki, but I'm not getting pissed on it like the last time. And I'm really sorry for anybody, but my obviously ladylike, demeanour is going to vanish in a puff of smoke now because we got in a taxi. Oh, sorry, that was my phone nearly flat. I better plug it in. Plug it in.
That's the aliens coming in.
It is. Go away, little alien bastards.
They're trying to contact you.
So, and the dog's about to bark at the aliens on the ceiling. Stop it.
Kuba knows the aliens are on the way.
Sorry, a minute. I'll just get in. Yeah.
Mummy's on the phone.
I'm allowed to have a life, Coops. I'm allowed to have
on the phone.
Yeah, so we goes out. I drunk these Newcastle Brown. Then we started on the shots. So I did probably end up as pissed as I should have been if I'd have just drunk the Nuki.
As you said you weren't.
So I gets in the taxi with my friend and we're getting back to her house in Ponteland out the city centre. And I farted, right? But it was a quiet one. I thought, I'm just going to sleep this one out. So I farted and it stunk. It was so bad, I can't even tell you. So she's sniggering. I'm kind of trying to pretend it weren't me. The taxi driver wounds his window down a crack. So this says, I know, Paul, I was such a lady, but I was drunk. It didn't make a noise. It just reeked. So the next thing I'm thinking, shit, I need to do another one. So I farted again. So this time the guy puts his window down the whole way. So my friend Jeanette is just in stitches. She's like rolling on her side in the back of this black cab, fucking howling. Right. I did it a third time because at this point I'm just laughing my head off and I cracks one off again. So the taxi driver, he goes, whichever one of you two dirty bitches is dropping the guts in my cab one more and you're fucking out and you're walking back.
I'm going to dump you on the pavement.
Yeah. And you know, he did because I was laughing that hard this time. One came out and it was a noisy one. It just went like, and he slammed on. He slammed on that hard. I went into the glass partition in the black cab, straight into the back of that. My mate slid off the seat. We're in the middle of frigging nowhere and he kicked us out the taxi. We ended up having to walk back to hers.
I'm more noisy than smelly.
Yeah,
I'm smelly at all.
No, well, I'll be honest. I don't actually.
I like being noisy.
But I think that was a Newcastle Brown. It was like, I mean, anybody.
I see what you mean. Maybe if I had been on the Newcastle Brown, I might have been a bit more smelly. But usually it's more noise with me.
No, this was a one-off for me, but it was awful. Oh, Frida's going. Oh, Simples and chat, going to go to bed. Hopefully get to sleep okay. Enjoyed being here as always. Oh, thanks so much, Frida, love. You're always here every time when we come live, and you're always here to the bitter end as well, love. Thanks so much. I do hope you get to sleep all right. I hope I need to get to sleep all right as well.
I'll go actually. I'll go and let everyone go to bed.
Well, I was going to say I'll probably I'd kind of intended to do till midnight, so we're almost there. I don't understand. Oh, sorry, I missed what's Suzanne said. I'm sorry, but I'd be stoked if it was me. What, the trumping? God, no. But honestly, if nobody believes me, when my fella comes in next time, you can ask him, "Do I fart?" He'll tell you I don't, and that's not me threatening. I literally don't, but yeah, Newcastle Brown and me and my guts, yeah. And it got us a nasty walk home and we ended up with blisters in high heels.
Oh, all the way. Good thought.
Yeah. In the bath.
Especially in the bath.
What was that? And then a big brown shark came. Yeah. I shouldn't have started that again. Oh my God. Our people in chat won't know what I'm on about. Yeah. I just had visions of Eddie Murphy's brother holding a piece of shit with him with his, what was it, G.I. Joe stuck up his bum. Yeah, no, Cassia, she said, yeah, she is going to go because Simples was going to get off and I was going to get off as well. Cassius was saying good night. Then he thought he'd got wrong.
And let the world go to bed.
Oh, well, Simples, it's been absolutely lovely having you up, love. I'm so glad you came up. It's you're great fun. Please come up again.
Mm-hmm.
Will you?
I will. At some point.
Good. Hasn't she been good, everybody? Oh, bless you. Right. Well, thank you so much. And can I just thank everybody in chat and the lurkers and listeners? I've really appreciated everybody being here, and I hope you've enjoyed the live. And I'm not sure, I might do one. I'm staying at Porky's on Thursday night, so if he's doing his streaming, I might come live for an hour or so if I'm bored. But otherwise, it might be weekend. So, in my usual way, thank you, everybody. I'm going to blow kisses. Night, lovely. Thanks so much for coming up, and I'll see you all on the bright side. Night, everybody.